Force of nature strong and kind. Woke up before the dawn. She's got her armor on, fighting for those who can't. Champion with a loving chant. Investigate the hidden truth with a pen sharp and couth. Unlocks doors with every word, and justice never goes unheard. Oh, she's momming it up with a heart so tough. Advocate for every child, makes the world a little more wild. Canceling in every call, patching up before the fall. She sees the good in every face, spreads hope all over the place. Like Dr. Phil with a softer touch, opinions from below so much. Her guidance is a shining star, lifting lives both near and far. Oh, she's momming it up with a heart so tough. Advocate for every child, makes the world a little more wild. Oh, she's momming it up with a heart so tough. Advocate for every child, makes the world a little more wild. Makes the world a little more wild. Makes the world a little more wild.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you're having a great weekend. I'm going to be doing a two-part live stream this evening, and we will be getting back into a rhythm here on YouTube. So thank you for swinging by, Momming It Up. This is Cece Ann. I will be interacting with you in the chat in the beginning of this live, and then I will be talking to you, taking your calls, answering a bunch of emails, and going over some of the similarities in Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wells cases. So let me know if you have any questions. There's still time to post them in chat. Thank you all for coming, and keep spreading the awareness that these children are still missing. And if we do not continue to talk about them, their cases are going to continuously get colder and colder in the online case discussion.
Caller died this morning. It was up, and their 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We have right now 3 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot. My friend is going down.
Well, one of the reasons it took us a little bit longer to do some of these interviews, okay, and this is before we started doing interviews and talking with media, we were kind of advised, hold off, don't do that. Well, eventually got to the point we needed to start talking to the media.
Mm-hmm.
The parents, myself, Katie, and Seth, all decided, we made a pact in the beginning, hey, if we're going to do this, we're going to keep each other in the loop. We're going to talk to each other and ask. We're not just going to go out here and do our own thing, okay? That has always been our pact. You know, we would call Seth and say, hey, initially he didn't want to do any type of interviews, and we understood that.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, I said, hey, man, do you want to, like, phone in with us? Do you want to come to the house and we'll do this? To be honest with y'all, because of all of this with Sebastian, it has actually caused some issues in that court case, which unfortunately it is what it is. And hopefully I'll have some good news and I'll let you guys know. Hopefully something here soon.
Okay.
So Sebastian was last seen on February 25th, but was reported missing Monday morning on February 26th. That interview was on March 17th, not even a month after Sebastian disappeared.
We've tried and we want to do this as a group. You know, unfortunately, you know,
Standpoint of all we have heard, 5 CPS reports, asking his teachers for help, stepfather claiming that he wanted to get me out of the house. He thought he could get him out of the house. He was asking for help. He wanted to have the stepdad out of the house. It's just awful when you think about everything that we learned. The hitting him with a belt, the throwing his belongings out. It was alleged on Elevated Truth by Cluminate that she and other people there were talking about how they met with Katie and Barbecue Lady, and how Katie got rid of Sebastian's belongings. donated him to Brazil 2 weeks after he disappeared. They were looking at behavioral schools to put him in. When you think of all of those factors, this was very different to look at a year later with all the information. And she had said this was the best day ever. Not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm mistaking what he said with somebody else, but he said he didn't see signs that they, harmed him, right? But that there is something they were being very deceptive about, right? Like it wasn't an intentional something or other. And that was his behavioral statement analysis, right? And I wanted to really reference that because it looks to me, when you look at it, that is that person over by the bar area going to be coming in and sitting there? Was he the one that was receiving these videos and texts? Was he? Possibly, potentially, allegedly? Truth podcast. So it was just really interesting. And I know other people thought it looked like somebody else, but so I just want to give a little background context because I'm sure you guys weren't around to listen to the hours that we went over this previously. And everybody is innocent until proven guilty. This is just a channel where we do open the first one that was put out here. This is when Green Hoodie appears. Okay, but I'm trying to get to the first one. Where'd the first one go? I'm trying to go fast here because I know everybody's time is valuable, so we get the points of what some of you may not have seen yet. I want you to see where it comes up on the Fox and Friends, the international interview, the first one, the main big news network. They're worried about what people are thinking and saying about them.
Everybody will finally have their answers. It's their personal
This is another video that the creator put out. There's lots of videos of him before, after, walking around in the local woods, barefoot, even depicting some very unsettling scenery. Can you see this? I'm trying to show you guys other pictures from my phone. I just want to also show one more. So in this one, they're talking about, they show how to stay off grid. Oh, wait. You'll see. mean, that's what they say. They had a lot of different videos doing different makeup and stuff that they posted. After this wraps up, I'll take you and show you some of their new content and the
And he advocated
GoFundMe,
he actually
stuff
got
like
a law
that if
passed.
you
So
want.
he has.
I don't want anybody to think that we
That was put up by that creator, and they have this going. It doesn't look like they've gotten any donations. You know, it's really interesting. It says, I mean, we've heard a lot of different stories now from this character, and it says, what I find to be interesting is that nobody wanted to talk about him. They get very mad if you bring it up. And then other people were assuring me, and I'm guessing, well, I had a couple people that, trying to think, 2 or 3 people I remember in the TikTok, they all said that he's a great person and he searches for missing people all over the place, and that he lost a child and he's been searching for her for 12 years or something like that. So it was just interesting that so many people kept insisting that he was this wonderful person, but yet they never highlighted him. They never talked about him. They're not sharing his GoFundMe. They're not following to find out why he's inserted himself like this. I mean, it's really weird, right? Like, it's just really odd. But there is this false reassurance of safety. And I'm just like, me and these other people, like, this weird echo chamber going on online doesn't seem to be matching the reality of, like, the thousands of other people. So yeah, I don't know. It's just been really bizarre and awkward and uncomfortable, because since I'm not in a team and I don't have contracts and I don't know people, I don't know what the hell's going on. But what I do know is this guy has acted in a way that, of course, the average person is going to ask, what's up with that? Have they been investigated? Does the father know about this behavior? Does he know what's going on? Because all we've been told online and on the news is there's all this stuff going on. And I'm sure everybody just wants to make sure that we've all seen something, say something, right? So I've gone through hell and I have kept it very quiet for like a year, right? I have undoubtedly done everything possible to focus on Sebastian Rogers and trying not to talk about anything else. But my gosh, I just do not understand. This guy, like you guys know, we talked about this 2 weeks ago, has a criminal history, and it's not, he's put his full name out there publicly several times now. So it is what it is. But he's not this amazing person that's out there searching for little children that I was told by so many people. So I don't understand what's up with that. But that's, just saying, a little weird. It's a little weird and a little disheartening that if we're searching for a missing child, that you would mislead anybody. That what if, God forbid, potentially you could be putting other children in harm's way? Or do we not care about that, like, at all? Anybody? It's very odd, very odd. So everybody is innocent until proven guilty. We speculate. I mean, we spent thousands of hours talking about Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, all kinds of family, neighbors, different creators. I've gotten like 25 hours worth of live streams done on me, all fictitiously, all because I was talking about this guy. And you can go back to the original live stream and you'll hear why everybody can't stand me on YouTube. Because I was asking to talk about this guy. I was, I don't know. So, let's see, what else is in this one update? Well, we have the screenshots of it too. Now, I was blocked on X, but I know a lot of people have been paying attention. So I get a bunch of, if I wanted to ask, I can get a bunch of things sent to me, but I don't think I'm blocked anymore. So it says, there's a couple of these that have been deleted, but the last update was, I always get a full medical report and checkup before every long distance bike ride. I have Lyme's disease, being treated. I'll post photos of my charts so you can't see what's wrong with my spine and lower back. No big deal. This ride is still going to happen no matter what my personal physical conditions are if no one supports this charity, though it will be canceled. I always come up with the first 3,000 to 5,000 myself. So basically it's saying, like, the wording is like very cryptic, right? The way that he words things sometimes can be very cryptic and interesting. This ride is going to happen no matter what my personal physical conditions are if no one supports this charity, though it will be canceled. So this charity will be canceled, but he still comes up with $5,000 himself, and he has $1,500 so far. The bicycle gear, transportation to start line, tools, food, drinks, all that good stuff is always financed by me. The donor funds goes to Sebastian Rogers High School. Bicycle goes to biggest donor at the finish line. So it's almost weird. Like a lot of the stuff I've noticed is like pay for play kind of stuff. It's really bizarre. So I don't want to know what any of this could be. People have their own speculations. I'm not sure. It's just, interesting. I don't know. I am purchasing bicycle and gear plus transportation to start line myself. I have $1,500 of my own money for this purchase and full trip. I need support with donations. That's why I made this GoFundMe. All donations going to Sebastian's high school. Bicycle will be donated to biggest donor at the finish line. Let's bring more awareness to Sebastian Rogers and bring him home. May 15th. Have you seen Sebastian Rogers? Missing since 2/26/2024 from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Look again at the photo. If you could help support my 2,000-mile charity bike ride or share, please do so. Thanks. It says, look again at the photo. So this is the photo that he said to look again at. But yeah, what do you guys think of all this? I don't know. It's very interesting. It's, it's interesting how the last live stream that we did, I think we talked about him, was in May, right? Was it in May? I think it was in. And we all know, like, we already know that my name is Charity. Like, I was never being a silent person. So, of course, when I see Charity bike ride, it's a little like, oh, wow, great. A little weird. And I think it's odd because when I talk to people about him, they don't see any of this stuff weird that he does. It's very shocking. Now, you guys all do. You seem to be acting like everybody that we've talked to everywhere else. But the people that I talk to, like in the case of Sebastian, when it comes to like, people that like to email or, creators, like all the channels that went after me and my family and my bridal party and everything since September, they don't find anything weird with him. I think it's more than weird. See something, say something. Why, if they know all of this, then why aren't they having him on, explaining, what's going on with all of his content? Maybe find out about that video on Saturday, the 24th. That's what we all were asking, right? When we were watching Sebastian's case, everybody was asking way back in the beginning all about the video the day before. We were like, what was that? The video of the kid walking and stuff. What is that? How did he know to make that video? People just have questions. Like, if you're out there doing so much, you would think that those channels would be highlighting everything that he's doing so well, right? Instead of getting so mad at me, like I don't know why they get mad at me. What are they thinking? If there's a federal investigation and like the FBI is paying attention to everything, acting like that is only going to make them come look at you. I don't know. Are we looking for Sebastian, or are we trying to distract and just have YouTubers investigate? Like, what's up with that? I thought that was interesting. Thank you for asking that question. We multi-stream, guys. I usually will highlight and say some of them, but a lot of people don't really want their comments because people can clone accounts so easily. So a lot of people, I don't want to put their comments up on the live, because you never know. So it's very interesting. Before we go check this out, I think I'll play that really quickly. Let me just play that part one more time really fast. So you guys saw the part where he was asking Seth. Like he called out to Seth for some reason. Here it is. So this was the interesting day before video. This is a piece of it. There's a lot of other videos. I know a lot of people have them downloaded. I expect they're going to be used in different documentaries and movies or whatever, because for some reason they're not on YouTube and stuff very much. But I have seen stuff here and there on TikTok and everything. Sorry, guys, that's me blabbering in the past live. Oh, it's not showing you. Oh, no, hold on. Sorry, I forgot to swap back over. So sorry about that. All in black. Can't see your face. With an airplane. And so this is what got everybody so mad at me, asking questions about these videos that the guy posted. The one, because he's out there searching for Sebastian, you know, and obviously all of us are like, hey, what's up with this? This is odd. February 24th. It says, knock him dead, kid. As you can see, it's of a child or a young teen. It seems like a young teen. All in black, walking away with an airplane and different things. And it was posted the day before. It's always buffering when I'm back at the house. The cabin's been good though, right? The internet here, because it's an affordable Starlink, seems to be much better. The shoes, all in black. Can't see their face. It's very interesting, isn't it? So that's the video. His real name, Tina? No. We know what his influencer name was. But yeah, I mean, now it's different because the name, like the whole full name's been put out there several times, but I wasn't going to be giving somebody's real name like that. You know, I don't think that was the appropriate thing to do. But when you're going to keep putting it out there, and I don't know how many people are being told that, you know, he's a great guy that searches for missing kids. And then what if they're sending them? What if people are sending, you know, they're referring him to people and they're saying, yeah, he's got no criminal history and I can't find any of it. I can't find his movies. I can't find, nobody's ever sent any movies he's done or his missing child that he's searching for or all these missing person cases. All I found was prison records, you know, being charged with unaliving his child that was 1 month old, which was really interesting because it was after an autopsy and a month later. So it's not like your classic SIDS, in my opinion, and convicted of it. But the mom wasn't. So it's, that whole case file is very interesting to look into. And lots of different things that I found that were polar opposite, you know? So as a mom, it's like, okay, you think of your family's safety first. And I've tried everything I can think of with that, right? I make sure everything goes to LE. I try to talk to people offline if possible, not put things out on live streams if it could cause problems. But I'm like, my gosh, nobody, what's going on? I feel like I'm in an upside down world. This doesn't make sense. You know, it's like, dog, did you get my messages or what's happening here? Anybody listening? Anybody? And Lady Freedom's amazing. She's, if you could drop her link, that would be great. I did connect with her. She's one of the very few people I've connected with. We're all so busy. You know, I understand it's hard to connect. And I don't think she ever got to hear about this or see this, because if you're watching something, right, you're not going to see everything. So like, you'll see one perspective if you're in a, one of those websites like Web Sleuths. You'll see different things posted if you're following threads on Facebook. You'll see different things on the TikTok algorithm. You'll see different things on your YouTube algorithm, right? Like, you never know, right? So I just think that a lot of people don't know all kinds of stuff when it comes to online. That's why it's so cool that we can talk to one another and crowdsource. And, you know, everybody makes mistakes. We're all human. We can only go based off of, you know, whatever we see. And so I'm not mad at anybody, you know, that's been trying to help find Sebastian or anything. I'm just, you know, confused. I'm just confused by why would you waste hours, 20-something hours talking about me, my family, but you're not going to even talk about this guy who's out there doing the most while Sebastian's missing? You know, this guy isn't concerning you? This isn't inserting yourself into a case? GoFundMes, all this stuff, you know? I mean, I don't know, but I did everything I could do. I did all I could do. And we just got to trust God. And I know I know for a fact that whatever the reason is, he's got all the answers, you know? And we just got to trust him. And I know not everybody shares the same belief system, and I respect that. I understand that. But let me just play a few more seconds of this, and then I'll show you a couple more things. Do you guys have any questions, or what do you think about all of it? And of course, everything was called in, I'm still blabbering as it was going on, because there was a lot of
just random questions. Don't judge me.
No, and I've told people, I'm like, look,
we're almost done with this, guys. So weird to hear. Let's go over to Shay's safe place. Oh, I love Shay. I love her channel too. To a video she made a while ago. I'll put the link in the chat.
Already?
Investigative is fucking PIs. I don't hate PIs.
See, and actually, as we're speaking,
He sends me all this shit for no fucking reason.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Larry.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you angry. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well, I don't understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming from people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out.
Okay.
Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You haven't done anything, first off.
Heather has
Heather is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me. Or to my wife. So you're going to get on the show and sit here and give information that you don't have all the answers to is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help, and the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is...
I understand it. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me blasting all your business out to the world.
we haven't got a missing kid.
People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know.
That is a straight up no, and I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
Which,
again,
you know, another thing which is kind of funny that you bring this up, because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down. If you got it, post it. Because if you ain't got it, shut up.
I'm going to show you a few things. I noticed this with the very last video that Dog the Bounty Hunter put out. Notice the man standing right there. It's the place where Katie and Sebastian pulled up. The guy standing there looks and stands just like Chris Proudfoot. Notice the way he stood over here at the motorcycle shop. Just asking, was this Chris?
Just speculating. All speculatory. You never know, right? Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Castle. Hi, Bubble Beth. How are you? Bubbly Beth. And everybody. Hi, Star. How are you? Brianna's World. I think I already said hi. I'm sorry. I'm wrapping up. And then we'll do a part 2. And maybe, just maybe, we'll end up doing a review of that panel. This is the former video, guys. So I'm not wrapping up. We're in part 2. Let me see. I'm going to show you more that I wanted to ask questions and get your, what you think about the Letters to Esme. I'm going to show you the new content, and before I do that, I'm going to revisit that September panel so you can hear what was said to me by those other, creators on Granny's Watching, Queen Bee, and J is for Justice, and hear what they had to say. But we're going to just finish this first. Not all of this, just a couple more of these quotes. They were really upset that I wouldn't stop asking about the guy that made a video of a man walking, a young teen walking the day before Sebastian disappeared, that just so happened to be searching for Sebastian and just so happens to resemble the yellow raincoat. Boy, did that get them furious. I was muted the whole time, constantly. And I think I should review it because it didn't make sense to anybody that was listening. They even asked everybody to call TBI on me. Then they pretended I tried to get on the show, and Chris said, sorry, guys, this is old. So you're going to hear me blabbering and doing a bunch of stuff. Oh, God, I hope we find this child. I pray for Ellie to find Sebastian, and for bad things to never be allowed to be emboldened, to be utilized online for money and whatever insanity people are okay with, in my opinion, interfering, misleading, lying. It's unbelievable.
Listen to the words carefully.
Description of, what he was last seen, like in the black outfit. Is that something that he wore to bed?
Yes. So he wore, like I said, it was the black pants with the white stripes down the side. It was a long sleeve black shirt. It was not a hoodie. It wasn't a sweatshirt. It was a long sleeve black shirt.
And y'all think that he went out the front door?
Right now, that is the best assumption available.
Y'all don't think maybe he might have put a sweater on or something? I mean,
that right there, that would be an assumption, and we never saw him. We saw what he went to bed in, and that was it.
That was from Clutch Them Pearls, presented by Lolly Beautifully Broken. Notice he said the words we.
3 hours later, Seth was on that Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth. Very calmly, respectfully, we were having a good conversation. While everybody stood behind me and was snapping little pictures and stuff, Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not an aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one. Mm-hmm. But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, saying that he's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance. Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. And all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that. I gotta get Shay's safe place link for you guys.
Upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it. You know, he set that back down at the dinner table and was like, see, you can move. And we went back and everything's been fine.
No, I doubt that everything's been fine. Look what's happened now. Tidbits from Chris.
There. You would be with Katie until you could get home.
So here's a little cool.
After this, we'll go over and listen to very interesting perspective, like I said, of what happened to me on that panel in September and how they had all this information.
There. You would be with Katie until you could get home.
So here's a little cool little tidbit. So you know how certain certain phone companies have these trackers for their phones to track their kids and things like that.
Right.
So we have that. And it's not just me and Katie and the kids. It's actually my whole family's involved with it. And we have that Life 360 on our phones. And if people stop to, and this is what I was leading to, but if people would just stop and think about this, the first 8 days, there's not one aspect of mine, Katie's, or Seth's life that has not been combed through.
You heard that right? My whole family's involved in it.
We have that Life 360 on our phones. And if people stop, me and Katie, track their kids and things like that.
Right.
So we have that. And it's not just me and Katie and the kids. It's actually my whole family's involved with it. And we have that Life 360 on our phones.
We're involved with it.
And if people stop to, and this is what I was leading to, but if people would just stop and think about this, the first 8 days, there's not one aspect of mine, Katie's, or Seth's life that has not been combed through 20 times over.
I think that ties into why so many people were wondering why a 15-year-old boy wouldn't take his cell phone if he walked out there willingly.
I mean, and the law enforcement here was there in my house, and they told us all about it. I mean, it's, you know, it's so simple.
Yeah, my mind, KJ, puts patterns together. I can't explain it, and what I hear and speculating for all of her. Fast forwarding, you don't want to hear her voice.
Autistic child that is missing. It's probably a very boring case if you took away all the crap. It's just a simple, we have a 15-year-old autistic child that is missing. And unfortunately, the best part about it is he has managed to do this without any evidence left behind whatsoever. That is the most unique aspect of this case.
What did you say?
We have a 15-year-old autistic child that is missing. And unfortunately, the best part about it is he has managed to do this without any evidence left behind whatsoever.
The best part about it
is the most.
And sir, I don't know of anybody or any creator that would call any missing child's case boring, or anyone that would say the best part about it was without a trace.
You know, really not.
So here's something that's very unique. We talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us or they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped. Okay, and I'm saying this very openly as far as, playing devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was suspected of foul play. Let's say something, right?
Right.
There's no way that we would outdo all these agencies. There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdo everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it because, poof, nothing. And it's, the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to come up with, blank. It's information that we still, even as of today, we had a meeting with law enforcement, and
So by March 20th, you're out here saying that all these agencies are stumped. Less than 1 month after Sebastian came up missing.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. At all the agencies. But I don't know. Have tons of information. What's up with this, Could there be a family member that was there that taught everybody how to use burner phones? And walked barefoot through the woods? But Sebastian wouldn't go with them? Is that possible? Because this was the latest footage that was released by Dog the Bounty Hunter. Let's not forget, if he didn't want to go, is there a chance that maybe he was given medication so that he could just be carried? So, this is so sad. Just discussing different theories and hypotheticals, and it's always really sad. It's really hard to do.
People next door, I told you that they didn't.
That was the Bobby interview, and just heartbreaking, truly heartbreaking. But yeah, I mean,
the people next door, I told you.
What? So this is the Letters to Esme guy. This was on one of his other social media accounts. Mr. Photography or something like that is the name of it, Mr. Photography. And then, it's just weird. It's like, how do you know? Like, did you know? I mean, how did you do that on the 24th of February? What? Like, did you know he was going to be missing? Did you know? I mean, I don't understand, And I know that's what everybody's been wondering. And nobody has malice when they're asking, it's Sebastian's missing. I mean, his dad is on the news begging for help. They're having a protest, I think I heard. So of course, everybody, they're going to ask questions. There are so many people watching Sebastian's case, guys, that we don't see on YouTube, but it doesn't mean that they're not still keeping up and checking in on TikTok or Googling it or on Facebook or, watching Datelines, or not Dateline, America's Most Wanted, and everybody's always like, where's the answers to this? Like, how did this guy know to make a video like this the day before Sebastian disappeared? Did he know? You know? How did he know? I'm gonna play this other video for you guys really quick. Let's get it over here. I mean, and why did everybody get so mad at me for wanting to make sure that people were aware of the behaviors that he was having on his TikTok and on his live streams? The behaviors, the chainsaw videos, the showing these really cryptic, pieces of meat and stuff. Like, why? I don't know, But I'll let you hear what happened in September when I asked about this. And I mean, is this why I've had to live the way I've had to live? Just because I was asking a question that thousands and everybody else that saw any of this was asking? I mean, you're begging for tips, Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, on America's Most Wanted. And you're going to court and making intros and giving all this money to this channel that attacked me for trying to make sure you guys all knew about one of the strangest things I've ever heard of. If you're looking, what are we told with profiling cases? What are you told to look out for? People inserting themselves, odd behaviors, right? All of this stuff. And Chris and Katie Proudfoot didn't care at all for what was done to me on this live stream. They didn't care that now my family was doxxed. Now my child is now on all these people's live streams being discussed. So you didn't have any care in the world about that? It doesn't make sense. I want it to make sense to me. I want somebody to make it make sense to me why all of this has happened. And I have tried really hard to not discuss a lot of stuff on the internet because there's a child named Sebastian Rogers that's missing. His father is a mess. He deserves to have his son home. He deserves answers. So does his mom and stepdad. But these were their people that did all this to me and my family. So I get this is the most unimaginable pain. I cannot imagine what families are going through. But why? Why is this still going on in June while you're on TV asking for help? Why would you ever get mad at me and put my child and my family at risk, knowing there's somebody like this and many other somebodies that we don't know, whether, there's somebody like this and you don't give a darn that you're putting my family out there like that? Another child that people keep saying is Sebastian's doppelganger. It's horrible enough that anybody would ever talk about anybody but Sebastian. No other child should be discussed. No other family, no other person. It is Sebastian Rogers we're looking for. But can you imagine, just for me trying to ask questions about this is what's going on? And I'm not supposed to get suspicious and make sure I'm going to the cops, make sure I'm contacting FBI with any tips or any information, make sure I'm not asking people questions about what is going on. Because now you've hurt me and my family. Why would you involve me and my family? In my opinion, it's like absolutely upside down world. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Like, look at him. He deserves to be found. He deserves to be home with his family. Where is he? Where is he? This person, a day before he disappeared, made a video that alludes to most of us, almost, I mean, everybody that I've ever talked to, that he might have answers that could lead to something. Doesn't mean that we're discussing and saying anybody ever did anything. None of us here have ever been accusing anybody of anything. All we're doing is discussing. All I ever do is go over people's statements. And I thought, you know, a totally different narrative, right? I thought maybe there is a third party based off of the information that we had and all of this stuff. I thought that that's why the face wasn't shown and they were showing the hands, and then everybody was told to do something else because that's how the FBI would say to handle it. And then that happened. And then, I mean, I couldn't believe it. I could understand people manufacturing, trying to keep Sebastian's name out there, but I could never understand faking Seth leaving work. I mean, it all happened at the same time. In the end of August is when I started learning that the video that Bobby talks about, the same video about somebody carrying Sebastian. Well, that was spread around as if it really happened. People think it was facts. People thought that these things had transpired, that Seth left work.
People next door, I told you that they didn't think it's an older couple. They've got cameras.
Oh no, you guys couldn't hear me? How long did you not hear me for? How long was I just blabbering to myself? Oh my goodness. Hang on one second. I want to just, you know, because I'm just asking all these questions. Like because I don't understand it. You know, I just don't understand it. Let's see what you heard last, because listen to what Bobby says, because I want you to hear, you know, and be reminded of the different, you know, lies that were being circulated. Okay, I want you to go back and remember how all of us were seeing and hearing different things. And I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I thank you very much. Please keep looking for Sebastian. Please keep, you know, sharing his name, sharing his information. You know, you never know. You never know that one person that might have heard the rumors that he was found, or they might have something remind them of something that'll lead to another clue, and that could lead investigators to figuring something out. We just never know, because look at how many people don't even know about what I'm talking about with you guys tonight. And to me, for the last, 8 months, 9 months? Well, before that, I thought it was everybody knew about the Letters2Esme. I mean, how wouldn't you know? Everybody was talking about it that saw it, but nobody was allowed to share it. It was like something happened around after all the YouTubers came to search. Something shifted, and it was like, in my opinion, it always felt to me, like I have told you guys, they didn't want Seth to know all of these different things or something, which made no sense because it's on the internet. You know? And it just doesn't add up to me. And then I had somebody, by the way, texting me on the line here, on the other number that I use for the show and stuff, trying to tell me that I'm wrong and it was Seth's family member and this and that and he da da. And I don't understand why people are putting any effort or energy into sharing anything but distracting when Sebastian isn't found. We haven't heard any arrests. We haven't heard any updates. There's no answers. And here we go again with somebody trying to start a new narrative. It's absurd. And I did message them back. Normally I do not engage. Right? I just don't. But I did answer because even if, and I know that I'm not saying that there's any chance that this is accurate, okay, at all. We're hypothetically. I was like, even if that was the case, what would that matter? It's like, are people even thinking before they say stuff anymore? And when we say things, don't we have a heart that when we find out we were wrong to, like, I don't know, apologize, own up to it, something? Because there was conversations that this searcher that was out, the nomad wood guy, we called him the nomad woods guy, was related to the mom, right? But it doesn't matter because we know that what happens a lot of times it is somebody close to a child, right? Or to the missing person. We know how the cases are overall, statistically speaking. That would not have, it wouldn't make a damn difference. Who or what? That has nothing to do with anything. It is nobody's fault. If somebody else did something, we're talking hypotheticals. If somebody else did something to someone, or they helped somebody, run away, or they, whatever, right? That's on that person. That doesn't have anything to do with anybody else. Just like with the internet stuff. You cannot keep children off the internet. There's parents, we could do this another night. We hear them that they lock down the phones. They've done this, they've done that. There's kids that give each other their old iPads and their old iPhones in elementary school on the bus. There's tiny little portable, reloadable 5G wireless that you can take anywhere you want. Kids are not naive to how to access the internet. So nobody would be to blame for anything because you have no control over the evils that are in our society. And evil doesn't discriminate. So it wouldn't be worth a damn if it was a relative of either of them. Sorry, it's just that text, it was a very different type of text than the normal trolling texts, Ridiculous. People are just ridiculous and insensitive. Oh yeah, Sherry, a lot of kids get them sent home from school. And now my son didn't end up getting any of the laptops issued, but that's because of his special, circumstances, and he doesn't, with the IEPs, you get an individual education plan or a 504, depending on if it's physical or what kind of accommodations you may need. I'm gonna have to get a drink, guys. My mouth is all parched. But I don't know. I'm so confused with everything. I don't understand it, and I don't want to, I don't want to make things any worse. But I don't see I just don't see what the sense is not to have these open discussions. If we can, why not? If they can talk about me for hours and hours, why can't we talk about this guy who's asking for our attention for over a year? But I just want to remind you, this was the stuff. We all had different things being shown, and we all took it differently, and there's all different information. And this was what I, in the beginning, had thought, because this is what I was hearing, since I didn't come into the case watching as a viewer of somebody. Now I know certain channels, so I can go to them and I watch stuff, and then I learn about cases. I didn't learn about Sebastian's case from being a viewer, you know? So I was in a totally different algorithm after I started clicking on the links posted and watching. And this was one of those, narratives, as people speculated, was that Seth left work, and we know it's not true, but it's so easy for people to believe it. And it's just a shame, because it's not, none of us mean any harm to anyone when we're speculating on what we've had in front of us.
People next door, I told you that they didn't think it's an older couple. They've got cameras on the front corner and back corner of their house, and they told TBI and Sheriff's Office Department that their camera wasn't working. Well, they came back 2 weeks later and went around, and I told you they started the search all over again, literally from ground one. They knocked on their door and asked them, "Do you guys have cameras?" They said yes, but they're not working. And the guy looked at them and said, "That's okay. Can we see it anyway?" And sure enough,
I want to replay this, okay? And I know it's annoying to hear things over and over, but there's a few things in her statement. And you have to ask yourself, because these are the different questions that people that I have talked to have brought up to me. Was Bobby fed different facts of this case differently than other people? Because everybody seems to have been told something else. And did Bobby even know, were these actual investigators going around? Because we know Hendersonville had arrested people that were acting as if they were a cop years ago. Lady Freedom sent me an article on this, because after one of my very uncomfortable encounters, because I've had two, but the real doozy that, really made my skin crawl was what occurred in May, after sharing, about Letters2Esme again, because that's what we've always talked about over here on my channel when I was making videos. We've always talked about the case and what we've seen and how it's evolved. And that's what people ask me. I already had over 1,000 subscribers before ever calling on everybody I knew and asking if they could help us look in and get Sebastian's name out there and get eyes on his case and, volunteer, whatever. So everybody always asks, is there any updates on this guy? Because of the video the day before. Literally the day before Sebastian disappeared. It's like I want to take a paper and it's like whacking it, against the wall, right? It's like, hello, anybody home? I can't, because this cabin is smaller, so I can't be that loud. I don't want to wake everybody up. But I don't think they can hear me anyway, because there's like 3 bunk beds in there, and they got the TV blaring. And so is there a chance that these weren't even investigators? Like literal, right? I mean, I don't know. We have literally, there is weirdness that happens sometimes. So if you have people that dress up and they do live action role playing, I don't know. Did somebody send somebody to Bobby that wasn't, or to the neighbor that wasn't even an investigator? Or, was it an investigator, and were they given footage? We don't know, because they haven't clarified. We don't have press conferences. But that they already know. That the TBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, right? They were called in, and they have all of the cybersecurity, and they have all this technology. So already in the beginning of the case, they were ready for any kind of nonsensical nonsense that we're going to go on. Because on a federal level, people have been looking into what's going on with the different YouTubers and content creators for a while when it comes to certain missing persons cases. We already knew that. So it's just so interesting, when you think about all these different things, and you wonder, what was the point of
the people next door. I told you that they didn't think.
It just, I wonder. I'm like, well, How do you know when you don't just have footage appear 2 weeks later? So is any of these people friends with that neighbor? Did anybody have access to their devices? Could they have loaded something onto that? Because there was a lot of reenactments. Remember, we had Illuminati and people driving around doing reenactments themselves. And then we know law enforcement, they did their own reenactment. But it's all these different things that you think about, right?
The people next door, I told you that they didn't think, it's an older couple. They've got cameras on the front corner and back corner of their house, and they told TBI and Sheriff's Office Department that their camera wasn't working. Well, they came back 2 weeks later and went around, and I told you they started the search all over again, literally from ground one. They knocked on their door and asked them, do you guys have cameras? They said yes, but they're not working. And the guy looked at them and said, that's okay, can we see it anyway? And sure enough, their cameras actually were working, and there was a black blob with something thrown.
So you hear that? Just randomly, 2 weeks later, the cameras were working, and there was a black blob on the cameras. Now, that, I don't know, but we have the clip where she also discussed, that's how she said it was Seth in one of the videos that she saw, that it looked like Chris, Seth, and Katie. Remember, that's what she said she saw with her eyes in the video. And I'm just dumbfounded by how easy all different stories were able to be told. But no questions get asked after the fact as to who started those rumors. Why did they start those rumors? But we know that, that's being investigated, and we are going to have a lot of answers. I just hope that the original investigations that were already going on and how they branch off, I just hope that Sebastian is the one that is found. And if there's any malice or any foul play, that justice is what's brought before we end up seeing a bunch of people getting, rounded up for obstruction and all different things, and it makes you wonder, when you hear all this, what's going to happen first? Trying to get to this video so we can replay that part. Oh my gosh, the stupid. I'm so sorry, guys. My cousin that's been helping me also with the YouTube just told me that they're going in because the monetization was on the wrong setting, and I apologize for everybody that doesn't have YouTube Premium. So sorry about that. If it was interrupting you while you're watching, that's the most frustrating thing for me. I just monetized, as you know, maybe 2 months ago now, month and a half, 2 months. So I still haven't even gotten a disbursement from YouTube. I finally decided to monetize. I didn't want to monetize because of all the distractions and the profiting off of Sebastian, but I do have to pay the StreamYards, and I do love doing content, and I wanted to get a channel up and going again, or work back, doing shows and talk radio, but it won't let me show you. But I have not, even had a disbursement, yet. Show you real quick. Just so you know, because people love to say that everything's about money with everybody, but can you see? That's it. you have to get to 100 to even have a disbursement. So I sincerely apologize about that. Don't want, you know, people driven mad over. Coming up, or is it not coming up? I have the worst time with YouTube Studios editing. The absolute worst time with it. Here we go. Okay. Up. So after, you know, the person, this creator, you know, posted more videos in a very unsettling manner and more, you know, information, giving his full name again. That's why we made this video a couple weeks ago, because they put their full name and information out there. So people can go look into it themselves. It's not, they're changing their name all the time. So I know it's very hard to find it. Very hard to find anything, you know, any information on it. So I can get back to this and I'll play it for a minute. I'm going to have to grab a drink. But we'll be wrapping up soon. Because even though everybody went to bed late, I'm sure everybody will be up and ready to go. Probably like, I don't know, 8, 9 o'clock. We're on East Coast time right now. So it's late. It is late. So this is when Astrology for Mystics came up. I'm going to just play a little bit of the September, but I want to just show you really quickly how I get to it. So bad, this YouTube studio editor. It is so annoying that I can't easily relist this. We were trying to take the chunks of, you know, the glitches out of it, my family and everything, you know, real nice. So here's one of the things that he had posted, and it says, when the snow melts and you think you hid the body and got away with it, you see me searching for that body on social media and my locations are turned on.
Seems a little weird, but, you know, it's not criminal in nature. It's not terribly a clue. It's not serious enough on his face. But again, context matters.
Oh, thank you so much, Rooted Vibe. That's so thoughtful of you. And I appreciate you, Lady Freedom, because you guys, you know, have made me feel a lot better. And I do. I sincerely appreciate you. But this is one, I wish I could easily just pull these up, but this is just one of the videos where there's a caption that is with it that's below. And I know it's hard to read it, but it says, when the snow melts and you think you hid the body and got away with it, you see me searching for that body on social media and my location. And my locations are turned on. So, yeah, that's when I was like, well, that's it. We need to make a public service announcement, because I don't think that we should ever take it as a joke. I don't think we should take this kind of stuff lightly that we've been discussing all this time at all. So, and if I'm on my own in this on the YouTube side, then so be it. I want people to be safe and to know that, you know, his dad knows all about this, and can know the full context of it. And the investigators, investigate them and look into whatever all this is. And so this was prior to the recent lives that you heard some clips of, mocking me, making fun of me, making fun of Trishy, saying that, we're psych.
Seems a little weird, but context matters.
So as you can see, this is the When the Snow Melts video that I just read to you. Go grab a drink.
We've identified where this location is, by the way.
And yes, again, that I've said over and over since September, of course, I know not only myself,
can
but
see
anybody
here,
that
looks
saw
like
these
there's
videos sent it in to TBI. And
bodies that thought out.
And I contacted Dog and At Night several times since,
Whether they're real or not, we don't exactly
doesn't
know.
matter.
It does not
We just
matter.
wanted them investigated.
Yeah.
Instead of people being able to say, yes, we know, we're making sure he's investigated. Yes, we know, we're being cautious and doing our due diligence. They decided to say my son looks like the missing child that he's out searching for, and give my home area, everything about me, my family, so on and so forth for 9 months.
And one thing to note, can you rewind that just a little? I don't know if you caught it.
You see how bad it was? It was glitching really bad. All I care about, and you care about, and everybody that I've seen discuss. So you can see, if you blow it up, which I can't do right now, but I can show you again. I can blow it up and show you again, but it's disturbing. It doesn't matter if it's real, fake, reenactments, content. There's a video that he made the day before depicting a child walking away, and I would like, to make sure that everybody's aware and figures out, that there's people that somehow had answers about it, and maybe people can find out, how did you make the video the day before, and why are we making content like this while out there searching for this child? And in fact, I haven't seen any searching by him. I have seen repeated videos, going to rest stops and putting Sebastian's flyer on the top of urinals. I've seen that. So the public is missing a huge piece of this. If he's out there searching for missing persons and he's famous and all this and that, I mean, we're missing a huge piece then. And how did he make that video on Saturday, February 25th? Sebastian was seen in the videos at Texas Roadhouse, and law enforcement said that the last known right that they had was he never left his house. So how? Discussing this from the beginning of these live streams that they were doing is, we just want to make sure he's investigated and that law enforcement is doing something about this.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to highlight that he walks
what is the
around
point in
barefoot.
saying if you have information that...
Let's not forget, he likes to walk around barefoot. And you care about, and everybody that I've seen discussing this from the beginning of these live streams that they were doing is, we just want to make sure he's investigated and that law enforcement is doing something about this. See?
Mm-hmm. I mean, what is the point in saying if you have information that could be connected to this case and then they don't take it? What was the point of even saying it? Like, dude, you have a whole bunch of web sleuths and out there, doing their part to see if, the information could be gathered and we can identify the people may or may not be responsible. But, this guy, it makes no sense why nobody would take this seriously.
Yeah, especially like with people saying like, oh, well, he was hired and whatever. Okay, who cares? Maybe some people had no idea. That's fine. Who knows what it is, right? I mean, I don't understand. But to get mad at me when you already know that it's an investigation, that the Secret Service has been involved, that the FBI has been looking into all the nonsensical nonsense, What in the heck are you mad at me for and coming after me for? That makes no sense to me. And this was another video that was posted, and I'll show you in another video. You know, he says he has schizophrenia. So that in itself is a whole nother added layer. If he does have information or something, if you know somebody has schizophrenia, well, you're going to hear the video. But if you know somebody is unmedicated and they're having a hard time, they don't necessarily even know they're doing anything wrong. In their mind, they could be thinking they're doing something right? And they're a good fall person, right? So there's lots of scenarios here, which is why I always reiterate, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. We're never accusing people, you know, of the M-word and things like that. It's questions. And that's what we've been doing for years when it comes to true crime and missing persons. Yeah. You know, see something, say something. People are very grateful and they'll talk to you about it. You know, I mean, I don't get it.
As one gets paid and the other goes to jail, veterans are no better than serial
yeah,
killers.
provide the context for this one.
He talked right at the wrong moment. Sorry, guys. That's what I'm doing, letting it play. So if you could hear what he just said, I can't say it.
The only difference is, as one are no better than serial killers.
Okay, so if you guys could just read that, I don't want a terms of service issue. So,
okay.
So you heard what he said, right? This was retweeted and it says, you know, somebody is no better than a serial unaliver. And then this person said, you know, WTF, did you say serial unaliver? And then, you know, played this very interesting, you know, cryptic video. And I'll show it to you right now. And so you don't have to hear everybody talking. We'll just hop over and show that. And then, like I said, I just want to go back to showing the beginning of what happened to me in September, just because I wanted to talk and make sure that all the parents and everybody, you know, knew about this, you know, because, well, you guys, if you were around or you remember, or you can go back into everybody else's live streams, people were scared in the woods. They were hearing noises. People, you know, there's a lot of stuff. So, and no, I didn't want to do it on lives because I didn't want to, you know, cause problems in an active case in any way, shape, or form. And I did not want to highlight anything about, you know, me, my son, or anything like that. I mean, it was just unbelievable that everything I was trying not to do, they flipped around and did. It's like shocking. I mean, why? How? In what world does this behavior make sense? And to continue to do it to this day. I mean, over 24 hours of videos on me and my family and this nonsense highlighting a child as, you know, a lookalike and stuff. It's just absurd to me. Why would you do that? That's the same video, but it's not. Hang on. I mean, it's all saved, but a lot of the stuff gets deleted, removed, taken down. So that's why everybody's saving it and putting it all in order. Because sometimes, you know, the description will be edited, you know, like 10 times. But I was blocked, so it's interesting to know I'm not. This video go. This is the video that I thought Sebastian was in. I'll show this really quick because I'll forget. But yeah, this video was posted and a lot of us thought Sebastian lookalike was in it, if, you know, potentially. So this was sent in. When it's from, it could be, you know, a lot of times I've noticed they post videos that are, you know, old, but if you pay attention, they're, you know, with the tags and everything, they're not necessarily, you know, without a point, right, or a purpose. They're still telling something when they're reused. But if you see this young man right here, you know, everybody was like, well, what if, you know, see something, say something. See? I don't think I can make it any bigger. No, I can't, but. So he had posted that on the 18th. And there's that other video.
Coming in.
This was on the 27th of May. Oh, thank you, Nana. That was very nice. That's very kind of you.
Coming in.
Guys, I might have no choice but to go back to that video because I don't want you sitting around waiting. I was trying to do it where it's not obstructed by our chit chat and all the glitches that were happening during that stream. But it may no longer be up. Is this it? No, this is totally different.
Coming.
All right, well, I'll just have to play that one. But here's one with him putting up Sebastian's flyers. It's always by the water. It has patterns, you know. I had asked people, you know, have they searched in these certain locations? You know, I reached out and asked a couple of the searchers on YouTube a while ago because there's a couple locations that I hope were thoroughly searched. Oh, that's not it. I think I clicked that one already, right? It's June 10th. Yeah, this was back before that. That's not it. This is a cabin that he posted. I know, I'm trying to not to get freaked out because I'm out in a cabin. Let's see. How do I get back over to the original video? Sorry, guys, I was trying to. It's playing music. I do know it's just playing music. Okay. What is playing music? This character answered saying, WTF? Did you say cereal on the liver?
Yeah, and you know, and that I'm going to tell you about that video here in a second. Fascinating, just absolutely fascinating, especially with what we know now.
Yeah. So he was replying to that guy's video.
Oh my gosh.
And he replays the video. I don't care. And we've given everything to law enforcement for a year. So here, not sure if it's edited. I don't care. That's not up to me.
It doesn't matter if it's
But
edited
it
or
looks
not.
like
Just
dark images of bodies hanging and possible.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to
Disturbing
tell,
manner.
but yeah, there's
Very
something
disturbing.
really
Many of
weird
us
going
did.
on
We
with this
analyzed
video.
it. We did a lot on it, and that's exactly what it is. Whether it's edited or whether it's a mannequin, we don't know. That's not up for us. It's just the fact.
I don't know if you can see the reflections in the mirror, but you see the mask over here.
That this is what people think is funny. And I just want to ask everyone if he's got such an
Yeah, I'll show
extensive
that
record,
next, Lady Frida.
of doing missing persons and everything. Where is it? It doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
there's not a trace.
Not a trace. Not
And
one movie,
believe me, we
not one
turned over every
screenplay.
leaf. Yeah, pay attention to this video. He's turning left.
Don't give the exact
Yeah,
because it's
no.
older.
Where is this music coming from? Do you hear this? Where is this coming from? Where is this coming from? Hold on, guys. I gotta refresh because I don't know where the lab is playing. I don't see any tab.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, I hear you about the age. Yeah, I see your comment there. We'll get to that.
Medication don't work anymore, mother.
You know,
Medication doesn't work anymore. Mother. Are you in there, mother? Come out and play. Yeah, I am, son. I knew you wanted to come out and play.
And that looks like something in the fire.
yeah, the way that's burning is not
Right, I'll talk to you guys
normal.
in a bit, I
It's
guess.
not a normal fire. Just so you know.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
Yeah.
And this is how it. So that was interesting. The lab all of a sudden started playing one of the lives with Dr. Crotch. That was really weird. Oh my goodness, guys. I tell you. I don't understand. But real quick, I want to just give a refresher, like I've been saying, about, September and just, why the heck
Chris Proudfoot would be okay with what went on that panel. And how did Clue and Granny's Watching know anything about this guy? Law enforcement hasn't come out and told us anything publicly. So again, how did they know anything about him at that time? And if they knew so much about him, why aren't they highlighting his GoFundMe and explaining all of this content and explaining to us the videos the day before and things like that? Especially when Cluminati said he wasn't even in the area and stuff. Well, that's interesting because the videos that were posted showed him making his way through the woods and the path through Nashville, right? Because if he's from Indiana, that's not far. It's like a 2-hour drive, I think, right? So I don't know. It was just, you learn stuff as you go, but it's their reactions that are what has been so, unsettling. So we'll start with what happened in May. So this is only maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to get a drink, and then you can hear what happened with J is for Justice. Just completely ridiculous. It's like, oh, here we go. Instead of, we couldn't talk about this privately, knowing I was about to reside here and just trying to make sure everybody was okay, safe, and everything. Instead, it had to be a live stream. It always really felt since the beginning of that Facebook group that, this was some sort of a movie and I wasn't in it. And I don't want to be in it. Nobody should be in it. It shouldn't be this way, at all. There's a missing child. And I don't know why these characters are acting like this, at all. It's like I kept saying, are they going to end up, what do they want to be the ones? Are we going to see certain people get arrested before Sebastian's even found? I mean, it's like, how do you play games like that in a missing child's case? The only two people that I think that honestly even remotely care about safety is Lady Freedom and Jude at this point. And I thank you guys for that so much. I really do. And I don't mean that against like all the channels. I'm saying from the people that I personally encountered, because I haven't, encountered many, but I definitely encountered a lot of them on that panel in September. Well, that's what I'm wondering, Verdict Vibe. How did they know? I can't even imagine. How did they know? Here you go.
It boils down to it's sick.
It is sick.
And it detracts from the actual mission. So
It took a long time before, because there's so many people that have similar names and things like that. It took a long time before I realized just how bad the criminal history was, so it's like, okay, after somebody's confirmed their identity several times and you just can't understand why other people would lie to you and why.
So, they're going to eat crow after this.
And come up with whatever they want to say, because everything that was said on and
but I feel like
where they highlight, and in my opinion,
well, I think definitely when you have trauma and you have, emotional scars and things, which, a lot of people do, and they carry that with them, right? It is very evident. And that does, let's face it, criminality, it's not to say that he's a criminal, I'm not saying that, but, yeah, I feel like we can have empathy, but we can also want him to.
This is Trisha talking.
Be investigated because he was so close to.
They want him to be investigated. I'm not saying he's a criminal, but I feel like
empathy, but we can also want him to be investigated.
Well, they want him to be investigated. Okay. Jennings, I'm gonna drop a link for you.
Can you believe this? Like, she's mad that we want him to be investigated like any other sane person. How would you not want somebody like this to be investigated? Instead, you want to talk about my child, my family, my bridal party, but you're supposed to be helping with Sebastian? I mean, what kind of insanity is this? I mean, did they know him? Is that what's happening here? I mean, why, what, this doesn't make sense. All it does is look highly like suspicious, especially when you know there's investigations. Like, what world are we in that this makes sense as true crime creators to get mad at people that are literally trying to help raise awareness, brainstorm on a missing child? Remember Gabby Petito? Wasn't it a live stream, a content creator that was able to go to their dash cam footage? I mean, there's a lot of times that all of us talking and discussing can help things. And J is for Justice has a large channel. She's got like 100,000 subscribers. And she doesn't think this should be investigated? They've had a whole year to look into it. Longer than that, if they paid attention to the search group.
I mean, I would be curious to hear an explanation for all of this garbage, right?
I already gave it to you in the beginning of September. Don't you
There's
remember?
the link, Jennifer Jennings.
Garbage.
You know,
Garbage. They think this is garbage. Oh boy.
And during that time, and then anytime you have a searcher, within that, anyone that's
Can you imagine just regular people trying to help? This is what the mom and the stepdad are okay with? This is what the mom and the stepdad are okay with.
Yes.
Here's the link to the full live stream. Here's the link to the full live stream. Now I will take you back to September. I don't advise going on these panels because they just script and come up with whatever they want to say, because everything that was said on this panel never happened. They just kept changing the story if you actually listen to it from start to finish. And yeah, I mean, there's never been any of this. It's just polar opposite. So let me give you the link for this if you'd like to go listen to the whole thing at another time. Yeah, I don't know if people just don't bother to listen. It was at 4 hours actually, and let's see, we'll start at the 4 hours and 7-minute mark. Everybody is saying to let me prove. I don't know if that's what happens, if people just don't listen, because when other people are so good at just talking over and they're yelling and that they just miss all of the different things that are actually being said. You know, I don't know if that's what happens, but I know that the actual TBI and FBI and actual, people that are analyzing and doing the real investigations onto all different things, they pay attention. That's why I never understood, like, creating this fictional world online. 8 million people in Tennessee, over 300 million in America. Having 1,000 or 2,000 people cheer on complete propaganda isn't going to stop the facts, the reality. It'll always come out, whether it's in a court case or different documentaries and different sides of a story. The truth always prevails when it has actual legitimate value and it's not fake. One thing is in September.
That's all I hear. You're a liar, though. No one believes you because
no one believes
safe and people knowing if there's somebody that could potentially be a risk being around them in the woods. That's all I hear.
You're a liar, though. No one believes you because you're proving to be a liar.
Wait a minute.
And this is the craziest thing. I'm proving to be a liar when I've never said anything, never lied about anything, hadn't gone on people's panels. They just completely made this up because I was asking about Letters2Esme. And because obviously I wasn't going to go along with their bullshit about Seth being at the house on video and leaving his job. Obviously, there's no video of Seth Rogers carrying Sebastian. Obviously, if those things existed, people would be arrested. I mean, come on. But they literally made all this up over the video about the guy in the woods. All of a sudden, they're just making stuff up. Like, and if you listen to this entire segment on Queen Bees from that morning, You'll hear in real time all the different scripts coming in by, I don't know, is the producer of all of it Christopher Proudfoot? Is he the one that's behind scripting it? I'm just asking questions because let's not forget, like, this is the channel that he supports, right? We found out right after, like, they were all talking to him regularly. I had no idea. I thought only the Clue girl. But we found out, like, all these local quote unquote creators, he had talked to all of them, right? I mean, let's not forget, like, he made this for J is for Justice, the woman that's doing this to me and my family. And upset and angry at Trishy818, who I don't even see anymore. Probably because of, in reality, regular people, when they see this, it's so unsettling that they don't want anything to do with anybody that's going to support it, That's what I think. I wouldn't want anything to do with anybody.
We welcome you into Cooterville.
It's not normal. You think you're
tonight? Let's officially
a missing child and
let's officially welcome you into Cooterville. For tonight, let's officially welcome you into Cooterville.
Y'all welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
This is what the stepdad.
Good to see you guys. Hey, Tatum, Melissa B, Misty Ann.
Can you believe that? I mean, really. Your child's missing. What is going on?
I live in Florida. I never said anything about being in the woods. So why are you dragging me in this, lady?
And I mean, and the video's there, guys. So you can, like, it's all lies, literally. You can go watch the video. Everything they're saying isn't in the video. Everything. It's just made up shit. So why did they get so triggered and upset about me asking these questions? Me, little me, with 1,200 subscribers at the time, right? Little me. I'm not the FBI. Don't be worried about me. Be worried about everybody that's been investigating the behaviors that you guys have had. Why are you worried about me? I'd be worried about the people that have seen everything and know everything. What the heck is going on here? They inserted themselves. I never dragged anybody into it. So you can go listen to the full live. They knew I was in the middle of actually relocating, and they kept asking. Just made a whole bunch of nonsensical bullshit because nobody accused them of the M word, and nobody said anything other than, what is going on with this person? Aren't you guys concerned? You can hear them saying,
I live in Florida.
Because they weren't dragged into anything. They just dragged themselves into it, other than me asking them questions.
I never said anything about being in the woods. So why are you dragging me in this, lady?
You guys talk.
No, I want to know why you're dragging me into this. That's what I want to know. I don't live there. I never was going to search. You're telling me to talk to my lawyer. Da 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 da. What are you talking about? Why do I need a lawyer? From who?
That was a month. We were not. I think you need like 10 now.
What is the point of all this?
Now, let's not forget either, guys, that how many times did Cluminati and them brag about being so close, talking to Katie and Chris? And we know, I have a video, if you'd like to see it in my shorts, where the stepfather made an intro video for this lady's channel. Oh, we just heard it. Guy is doing, or who he is. They're concerned with me.
Why are you trying to scare me with shit?
I'm not trying to scare anybody.
Oh, really? You're the one. If I messaged you and said, hey, momming it up, CCN, you better get a lawyer.
Literally vanished. There's a guy that has been doing the most since March.
Not addressing what we're talking.
See, they won't allow me to talk about anything real. They're just taking whatever is being sent to them and playing whatever role they're playing right now. They literally just are making this stuff up on the fly. And then they're like, oh, I have this video and I'm going to play it. It didn't exist. They still can't give any of it because the guy deletes every single live stream that he does. And I guess one day we're going to get some deep fakes. We're going to get a whole bunch of clipped together recordings. I mean, I don't know. But the reality of the situation is that now, yeah, I would say again, you should probably have lawyers upon lawyers upon lawyers, in my opinion, because since this channel did all this in September, I can't imagine how many people's red flags that are actually in higher places went up. If they didn't go up when Cluminati was out saying, we're out murdering y'all, looking in Sebastian's neighborhood, like literally, do I need to play all those clips again in March? You don't think that sent red flags? You don't think that maybe all the words and all the behaviors that you guys are doing, especially when you're buddies with the mom and the stepdad, you're worried about me, a mom? Like if I was their friends, I'd be so mad at them for putting me in a situation that I am like now having to worry that I'm going to be like put in jail. In my opinion, that's what I'd be scared of. I sure as hell wouldn't spend my time mad at some mom that's just trying to ask questions and not do it on the internet, but ask people off the internet because they sure wanted to talk to me, but not answering anything else. They wanted me to push propaganda. Jay doesn't say how she was messaging me and why I answer her with a statement about lawyers. No. She makes it sound like I messaged her. And all the other creators online, by the way, that cover Sebastian, whether they lie for a script or not, they damn well know that I never try to get on their panels. I don't bother anyone. I don't go out there emailing people and trying to be friends with everyone. I have only reciprocated to those that have come and talked to me and to those that have come and talked to me that show some honesty. That's it. So again, there's a video the day before the teenager Sebastian Rogers disappeared. And these are all channels that are out there advocating for Sebastian. You have Elevated Truth, who used to be a former TikToker that didn't succeed, I guess, over there. He came over here. He started a new channel, then he deleted it. And now, you know, it was all on the back of Sebastian's case. So you think those aren't all red flags to investigators? You're going to continuously go after another family instead of asking the questions about all of this. Fight with each other and leave me and everybody else the hell alone would be the smart thing to do.
Talking about, man, you keep going back to this guy.
Into this?
I mean, wouldn't you say, hey, you know what? Maybe we need to think, or we didn't realize that all this was happening. Maybe we should not keep lying and lying and lying and acting the way that we're acting and putting other people in danger with our cyberbullying and our real life crazy shenanigans. That thought doesn't cross anybody's minds because they keep sitting in an echo chamber of scripted lies and bullshit, thinking that they're all being told the truth by each other when they're a bunch of criminals, and criminals aren't going to tell you the truth. Why aren't they mad at Letters2Esme for putting all this out there? Why aren't they taking it out on him instead of me? What are they mad at me for?
Literally vanished. There's a guy that has been doing the most since March.
We're not addressing what we're talking about, man. You keep going back to this guy.
This?
Everybody else. You don't give a shit about anybody that is there, anybody that's going there.
Dude, we don't know these people.
Wrong with the way you guys are acting.
We don't know these people for the 50th time.
You guys are investigating it in public.
You hear them? They don't know Chris and Katie. They don't know them. They don't know these people. That's what they're talking about. And we all know that's a bunch of bullshit. And they know that I know it's bullshit. They knew I was moving here. And yet they still brought me on a live stream to lie like crazy on the live. And you don't think that made me highly suspicious of what the hell are you all up to? Obviously, I understand what happened in the investigation and why the FBI got involved. This is crazy.
Covering it, right?
We're not cops.
Oh, well, I don't know. You know, I kind of remember Paparilla acting a lot like Ellie.
Unlike what you seem to think, we're not the fucking police.
I have a question. Have you contacted TBI with your
I don't even know who
theory
this woman
that this
is.
guy is such a dangerous person that you're accusing that you don't know? Have you contacted the TBI?
By the way, I never said he was a dangerous person. I didn't run his criminal background. I didn't do any of that at that time. I was just going on what we were all talking about based on his content, right? He was in live streams. He was coming in chat rooms. Yeah. And some weird lady that I'd never even heard her voice is on this channel. And Body Movin', a documentary that makes documentaries on serial unalivers, the whole cat thing, she's there. And somehow it's almost like I'm in a bad movie.
Clue, I had to have somewhere to vent. Momming it up.
Like
Just please keep my name out of your mouth, girl. I want Sebastian to be found as much as you do, honey. But trust me, I don't know any of these motherfuckers. I don't want to know them.
Yeah,
I've
you
never
do.
talked to any of these people on the phone, nor am I going to.
Okay.
Okay, nothing against you personally. I just don't like to get on the phone with people because people like to record you and do dirty shit. And when you said, oh, you might want to get a lawyer, fuck that. I'm not getting on the phone with you. Would you get on the phone with me?
I would, yeah, when you're crying on your live streams, just to add some context, this woman was crying about being sued and very upset because a news agency in Florida sued her. And I said, if I was you, I would definitely have a lawyer look over all of it because she was sharing all kinds of things about the neighbors and, well, you all know. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's a normal, rational thing to suggest. But all they, and first off, they've already shown the different software they're using, including the deepfake technology. They're already linked, in my opinion. Well, I'm not going to say everything, but you already have access to taking people's voice imprint and making all kinds of things up. So I don't think, I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Sebastian Rogers is supposed to be the one that you guys are looking for. Sebastian Rogers deserves to be found. He deserves justice. And this is insanity. They do is just lie. And I'm just trying to show you, you know, it took me a long time to do this because I don't want to be a distraction. I think this is disgusting. I don't take this funny at all. I thought this was horrible then, and I think it's just as bad, if not more awful now. But this was on September 23rd, and Queen Bee didn't have anything to do with anything. I don't even know why this was brought to her channel. Out of respect for her asking me to come over there, I went on the panel, but I don't think that woman had a clue what was going on, nor do I blame her, because it didn't belong on live streams, like I repeatedly continued to say throughout this whole thing. They want to talk about stuff that doesn't exist. I'm not here for that. I don't care about all the drama. Never did, never will. Go back and listen to this at your leisure. I'm going to end this little segment. And by the way, like I said many times before, I am talking about this situation, okay? This was September. I'm busy. We're all busy. I don't know anything about these people when it comes to their real lives. I don't want to know. YouTube should be YouTube. Nothing should come off of YouTube. If people talk bad about you on YouTube, you shouldn't pay attention. But when it crosses lines for people's safety and all of that, that's a whole different situation. Right? That's why I have supported Lady Freedom, because what she's gone through, I don't think is okay at all. Not at all. And this is just ridiculous to hear them lie the way that they keep lying. When we know that they have been talking, we know all of this stuff at this time wasn't true. But I am just saying, hypothetically, you have to see it from, you know, my side of things, is that I can see that maybe Queen Bee didn't know. Could she have been in on it and had a script herself? Possibly. I don't think so, because of the way this went down that day. They were the ones in panic mode. They were the ones you know, trying everything they could to whatever this is, all because of my video about the woods and because I didn't want to pretend that there was video of the father leaving his job and all that nonsensical bullshit. Here to move on to the next one with just one more little clip. It's at 4 hours, 13 minutes. Let's see.
Got it from like an negative view. You can see the positivity in what he's doing. So to go, well, did you really think that they were connected to this?
By the way everybody's acting, I thought, yeah, they do know who this guy is because it's weird. This is all crazy to me.
I do agree with you that this guy's behavior can be off-putting, but I feel like if you look at him in his entirety, like the fact that he lost a child 12 years ago, that he searched for a lot of missing kids and adults, not just Sebastian, and you look at it from like an negative view, you can see the positivity in what he's doing.
So apparently Granny's watching and everybody is saying that they know that he had a child that he lost 12 years ago that went missing, that he looks for a lot of missing children and a lot of missing adults. And, you know, he's just the bee's knees and I'm all wrong and I'm looking at him wrong, but they don't know who he is. Let's listen to this again back in September 23rd.
This is all crazy to me.
I do agree with you that this guy's behavior can be off-putting, but I feel like if you look at him in his entirety, like the fact that he lost a child 12 years ago, that he searched for a lot of missing kids and adults, not just Sebastian, and you look at it from like an negative view, you can see the positivity in what he's doing. So I think,
I also think that she has gotten herself way too close and way too absorbed into this. I would recommend, if this is really how you feel, you need to take something to TBI and not be doing this out here.
Yeah. Agreed.
Well, that's the other thing.
Well,
even if we brought attention to this guy, we can't change anything.
And by the way, like I said, you can go back and listen because they made me come on. I wasn't panel hopping. I was trying to talk to people privately. They were sharing me all over when I found out that the father was actually at work and all the propaganda that was being said was make believe because I was moving here. I was actually moving here. Not that anybody cares that, you know, I didn't want my whole family and everything on live streams to be put in danger or to distract from the missing case of the child that everybody else seemed to not care about. And it was really because I wouldn't go along with any of the stuff towards the father. Because when I found out that Coffin Daffer confirmed his whereabouts and he was not on video outside of their house, this video now isn't even being proven to be accurate as it was being depicted, all these different videos and things. That is when all this happened. Because they were just sharing me on channels, asking me to come on their lives. And then all of a sudden I'm crazy and I'm no good because I'm asking questions privately about the character that we're going to go over extensively this evening. And mind you, they brought me up again 2 weeks ago. So I have given every opportunity to not do this, to make sure that you redirect everybody's focus to Sebastian Rogers only, obtain as much information as you can to help Sebastian's case, do anything possible to share him, to get accurate information, not distractions. You know that talking about me or my son and this make-believe lookalike is only a distraction. It can only hinder this investigation. And talking about the father is nonsensical. It's all terrible. And we're almost done with this and we'll move on.
We're just content creators. We're not police, right? So like bringing him to the focal point doesn't do much. If anything.
Can you believe this? I just want to highlight this really quick, okay? While we replay this one part, and then we're going to move on when they're done talking and go to some of those other videos that our beautiful Lady Freedom suggested. Can you believe that? Like, what good is it? What good is it? Are you kidding? You're supposed to be helping raise awareness. That's what your channel is. J is for justice. Or are they all admitting that that's not what their channels are for? So what are they? And why would the mom and stepdad of their missing son want to link up with channels that aren't about helping raise awareness and find their missing son.
It will tip him off that people are aware of him if he is a suspect.
Because you got to remember, that's not how they depicted themselves, right? When Clue was out there searching and, Queen, I agree, right? Her panel was, I guess, at that time, the way I was told was that it was just for open discussions. Kids were off limits, blah, blah, blah. She was against going after parents and all this and that at the time for that period of time, right? That's what I thought. And that's what it was said. But the other channels literally started to help look for Sebastian. Elevated Truth started his channel for Sebastian. How many times did he say that? Clue said, I'm local, y'all. This hits differently. Blah, blah, blah. She's going in and out of court with the parents. She's like, really, this is crazy.
We're just content creators. We're not police, right? So
right.
Bringing him to the focal point doesn't do much. If anything, it will tip him off that people are aware of him if he is a suspect.
If anything, it's going to tip him off that people are aware of him. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? As if he wasn't already being highly investigated by the actual investigators. The guy's hashtagging Sebastian and hashtagging SA and doing all this wackadoo stuff all over his social media pages. And you think that somehow those of us asking about him, not wanting to do it on live, tips him off?
With all due respect.
So if he's a suspect, and she said that she knows that he had a child missing 12 years ago, he searches for lots of missing people, lots of missing adults. And if he's a suspect, keep it quiet, right? Don't talk about him. Don't ask questions about him. Just come on, be quiet. Don't tip him off, even though it's almost May and the guy's depicting himself. This is crazy.
Okay, y'all keep going after talking about this guy's situation. That's not my problem. I said before, the guy should be looked into, and if I would have known about the guy, I would have looked into him because it's an interesting character at the very least.
And then here we go. He goes on and on about all kinds of things that don't make any damn sense. I mean, it's just insane. It's just the most unbelievable bunch of, I can't even. They did look into him because they know about his Roadhouse video. Where do you think we should go from here? Where is it? Dude.
Just show it.
Should we show the Texas Roadhouse? Okay. Where do you want to go next?
And then we could show and just let people see.
And I'll pull up the seeing and whatever. So because of all these behaviors, obviously tons of people, have reached out to help me because they were freaked out themselves by the behaviors. So lots of people, have been doing all kinds of things to try to help me, because they were like, I can't believe that they're doing this to this woman. And, Dude and so many amazing people, just amazing people with all kinds of skill sets have been helping, trying to make sure that everything has gotten to LE and that everything was documented. Because like Jennifer Coffin-Daffer said, they have everything, but sometimes they don't get to it till later. Sometimes it takes time for them to get to it. Elaborating.
Yeah, so this is the yellow jacket guy wearing a raincoat. On its face, it's not suspicious, and it's just another person there. But we're looking for clues in any place we can find them, and so everybody's a suspect until basically proven otherwise. But this guy stood out. Boy, that's pretty grainy. All right.
Yeah, it's not my video.
Yeah. Yeah, dog's video is pretty close to the best quality that I've seen so far, and the ones you shared.
So I'll show you really quick some of those photos, and then I'll, I guess, show everybody a video that was made the day before Sebastian disappeared, right?
Yeah, that would be good for some additional contacts that we can cite later.
But yeah,
I
so
think
that's
it'd be the
what
same
prompted
jacket,
so
the
many
same hoodie.
people, you know, that was really concerned. And I can go play what Lady Freedom was talking about, was because this weird, you know, people saying they knew him, that he was a good, you know, searcher, and he's out there searching for missing people, and how they just attacked me. I mean, it just set a lot of people, you know, got really concerned, you know. And now that I'm in June, and I totally understand why they got concerned, because look at what we've all been listening to and hearing for months now, right? And seeing. I mean, Seth is on the news, you know, and they're going to do a protest begging for further assistance. It's just heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking, you know. But I want us to remember this is all, you know, to bring Sebastian home. And no matter what that means, right? Because I know that he may not be with us, right? But no matter what, he deserves to be home and returned, and his father and his family and his loved ones. I mean, like I said, I have personal feelings about the way that the stepdad and the mom have acted in this, because I can't wrap my mind around it. But everybody is always innocent until proven guilty in America. This is just us asking questions on, you know, why is this going on? You know, why is everybody so much, you know, so mad and so concerned about fighting with each other and spending hours upon hours, you know, on another child? You would never bring up other children and take away from the one and only should be Sebastian. That's what they're doing. You're his parents. That's all you're supposed to care about. I'm a mom. Did you not think that once you started doing anything in that group that made it look like my family and my son could be in danger, that I wasn't going to do everything I possibly could to make sure that that never happened? So as his mom, I can't understand, what is Katie doing? How can you work with channels like that think that it's funny for somebody to be hashtagging SA and looking for your son at the same time in the same video? Think it's funny to talk about a child that they say looks like your son that's going to be in the local area? Why would you ever be okay with that? Or do you know where your son is? It doesn't make sense. I didn't do anything to anyone. I don't know where Sebastian is. So why is all of this directed towards me and my family for so long? I shouldn't have come out of anybody's mouth. I'm a nobody. You shouldn't know about me and my personal life or my family, besides whatever you found if you found my channel. It's like there's a redirect of anger and rage, and it's really unsettling. I mean, I can't tell you how little I go back home in Tennessee now. I feel safer at the cabin in the woods, even with all of this. And that's, I just can't believe it. It doesn't make sense. That's why I don't care what anybody says. If you know something, just say it. Call in, use the anonymous tip line, because it's all going to be figured out. And by the time it's figured out, probably going to be too late for deals of any kind. If we can speculate and talk about all of these people, I think we can talk and ask questions about this. Pull up those videos. Oops. Here we go with another one playing on its own. So strange. I never remember all those things playing by themselves without being prompted. Where are they?
I do too.
All I've ever done is use people's words and we talk about it. That's it. You wouldn't say it and put it on the internet if you didn't want it talked about. So I just want to remind you, that's all I did.
It's all right.
This was March 26, 2024, and it's Sebastian Rogers drive-through as promised by the channel Cluminati.
I hope he gets this drone footage.
I do too.
Because I want to see it. I want to see behind that damn house. And since somebody won't let me go murdering at night behind it.
Net said, so glad I found this channel. Thank you for what. It's all right.
So you would say stuff like that, not wanting the attention. Of course, you put it out there, obviously, so we would give you attention, right? You're talking like that so that you do get views and you do get subs.
It's all right.
I hope he gets this drone footage.
I do too.
Because I want to see it. I want to see behind that damn house. And since somebody
says I want to see it, I want to see behind that damn house. And since somebody
won't let me go murdering at night behind.
Since somebody won't let me go unaliving at night behind it.
Net said, so glad I found this channel. Thank you for what. It's all right.
Yeah. You have adults going around looking for a missing teen, wanting the clicks and the views, that could care less about, putting other families and other children and just, going on and on about them for hours and hours. But it's all fake, right? They'll tell you everybody's a liar. Everybody's no good. Nothing's really happening in their real life. We're not doing anything to anyone. I have no idea. What I do know is these people inserted themselves really early on. And every single one of us that's just literally talking about Sebastian and trying to come up with ways to find him, we're run out of town. We're run off the internet. Just playing a couple of the clips that just for context. So don't forget, Clue and Cletus allegedly also lost their phone when Sebastian disappeared, from what they were saying on the live stream. This is because all these people that have been documenting and watching and saving every single live and everything like that. So I can't imagine what documentaries and series are to come on TV, because the stuff people have sent to me, it just blows my mind.
One phone. Somebody said, Dago, everything okay? What's wrong, Dago? I don't need y'all to call me. Dago, we ain't got but this one phone.
Yeah, we can't call nobody. I'll buy me another phone. I'm a rich YouTuber. What? I can get a burner phone. They can't. Where's that damn snowflake?
Right here.
We were going to ride by somewhere the heck else. Where? Oh, the command center.
Right, looker.
I don't know if I can slow it down on a short. Can you slow it down? Because it's going really fast.
Familiar to me. I'm like, that's the name of one character on the ship Creek.
I ain't staying in this neighborhood very long. Dolly's done got everybody on high alert.
Clue says, I'm not staying in this neighborhood very long. Now, this is where Sebastian lived. They just pulled out of Sebastian's little neighborhood, right? And this is 1 month to the day since he was reporting missing. So this is March 26th.
Damn it. We've been cruising under the radar in this neighborhood for a whole month, y'all.
We've been cruising under the radar in this neighborhood for a whole month, y'all.
Oh.
Dolly just went past the mannequin in the window again. Hell, we must have just passed him.
I wasn't even looking.
It was right, look, right here on the left, y'all.
There's the mannequin in the window.
The mannequin in the window is right up there in that barn.
She's mad at Dolly.
Familiar to me. I'm like, that's the name of one character on the ship Creek.
I ain't staying in this neighborhood very long. Dolly's done got everybody on high alert, damn it. We've been cruising under the radar in this neighborhood for a whole month, y'all.
So that's just some of the weird stuff. I mean, you're out there doing all kinds of stuff, but it's not okay for me to highlight some of the stuff that was said and done. It's just crazy. Bad intention, different business models where people want attention, they want clicks, and they want views, but then they usually take accountability. If you put it out there, you put it out there. But even if you're just saying that you're acting and that you're just a character talking and saying certain things, you know, you're just bringing all the focus on yourself instead of the missing child, in my opinion. It's very distracting when you think to investigators are going to start looking into this person that's searching and saying all these things, right? There's all these key things that we know when you look into understanding investigative tactics and things and profiling. So it's always like, oh, look over here, don't look over there, distract, distract, distract. Here is the Joker video. I could play that one real quick. That's true. He did the Joker video and he replayed it, you know, because he takes a lot of the older former content, that Letters to Esme, and he'll replay it, the Billy guy. But he'll mix it, you know, with a new statement or new description, or he'll edit in new videos to it. It's just very interesting. Where is it? Trying to find it. There you go. Videos get so easily buried, you know, that it's hard to find them. Here somewhere. Oh, I don't know where it went. Oh, I found it. I found it. Okay. Is it? Yep, this is it. Okay.
Let's see. Hello. How y'all doing?
Okay.
No, my aunt lives in here.
Oh, there's
Sharon?
there's a guy come by, he's one of us, I seen you, wasn't you then, was it?
Oh. No, my aunt lives in here.
Oh, there's
Sharon?
there's a guy come by, he's one of us, I seen you, wasn't you then, was it?
Oh, no,
He's
sir.
looking for some young young guy, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that wasn't, definitely wasn't me. Y'all have a good one. Uh-huh. There, one. Yeah, okay. We'll keep this on me.
Eggs? Were you teaching him how to cook bacon and eggs? That's a
He's
staple.
Well, bacon is a staple.
Yep.
Eggs is a staple. But his favorite, I mean, he loves bacon. The boy loves bacon. The boy loves eggs. His favorite thing in the world, last time I knew, was a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Fire. That's fire. I love PB&J, and I like it with the soft bread, but
coffee and a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I mean, that was my Aunt Sharon's favorite thing. She's the one that turned me onto that when I was like 10, 11, and I turned my son onto it. But bacon, he likes.
Another odd thing that I noticed, besides the Aunt Sharon references, is that the stepfather had also posted a Batman video on Facebook. Well, look at who else did that. The same guy.
I have full control over it now, and not even your Batman from Gotham City can stop me. So come on, Batman, with all your little toys. Come and stop me if you dare. I have full control over it now, and not even your Batman.
Yeah, this is a person that's been out living in the woods near where Sebastian disappeared. He came, searched from Illinois, I think, and he wanders around the country apparently. So yeah, let's watch more from him. Did you hear about this guy before? Does he make you feel safe and comfy? Well, here's the video that the stepfather posted a month later.
Incredibly. Joker once said, when you see someone who's always calm, incredibly kind, and avoiding conflicts, be careful. This person notices everything. They remain silent because they know if they're let loose, it will hurt. They keep everything inside, choosing to stay calm. But the day it explodes, it's a real storm. And the one who triggered that anger will bear the brunt. Don't mistake their silence for weakness, because behind every smile, there is something that will surprise you. Joker once said, when you see someone who's always
I found it a little unsettling, disturbing. Even some of the clips that I'm going to show you, just kind of horrifying. And what I didn't like the most is how we've heard so many times people.
Yeah, so that was just one of the really bizarre coincidences, right? You have the video that the Billy guy put up. That was an old video that he had previously made. But then 1 month to the day, you have the stepdad putting a video up. You know, and yeah, it was very, disheartening to say the least, right? It's unbelievable. Let's see. Leon, I think, what's interesting is I think one of the officers that had reached out to me, had said that there was, very interesting dynamic with people that had gotten in trouble for doing stuff in a previous case. So that's why I was like, so this case was already being investigated because of another case. I wonder if it's the same one. That would be interesting. I don't know if I wrote anything down when that happened. In my opinion, I don't know. I mean, anything is possible at this point. I don't know what's going on anymore. Very interesting. My thumbnail didn't change. I had changed the title in the thumbnail because the second part that has the comparisons with Summer Wells, obviously we're not going to be able to do today. We'll have to just leave this one, because it was all focused on all of this stuff, took way longer than I had, initially thought. I thought it would be a lot. I'm always slower though, you know that. There's always something. I'm always slowpoke. I'm always a slowpoke. But there is a couple more little pieces I could leave here, and then I'm going to go off and get a little bit of sleep. Let's play some of these. Where did it go? Where did it go?
Release whatever proof he has that they said that they would you know make it, what's the word I'm looking for,
Blackmail him?
no, not even blackmail. PIs keeping secrets from clients, but other people know about them. You have 2 separate audios being sent to an ex-wife in the middle of a child custody case.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So you got PIs recording conversations to send to ex-wives that are in cases that have nothing to do with finding Sebastian.
So, Chris? Oh.
What was it that Scary Lynn said she did to help Nina in her court case? What was
recorded the phone call?
She recorded the phone call between her and Chris. Think about it.
Yeah, and then there was the other phone call that went to her. Either way, they're going after the wrong person. And like I said, whether you like the kid or not, obviously he was super involved and held information that he chose not to put out there for whatever reason. And then he specifically says, Tony said that they were going to blackmail me. And then you look at what happened tonight, and it looked like they tried to completely destroy this guy. And oil business or something like that.
See, so here's.
So this is where all the people that I knew were saying that this was scripted. They were like insisting that this was all scripted.
Cletus?
I know. I wish Sarge was awake.
I know. I tried to call him and wake his ass up.
Like I said, I'm not.
He, if I'm not mistaken, might want to reach out to, and I think that he would be able to maybe
Stick to the basics. Finding escape, like just.
I'm sure you had the right, thought when you did it. The same way I think that Seth, for the most part, has the right, he all he wants to do is find his son too. But I just think all of this is just turned into shit, and it's got to be stopped.
It is, and I agree with that. I mean, like, some people are like, well, you didn't do yourself any justice. You know what? It's not about doing justice for myself. It's not. It goes back to where some people have to understand, like people kept poking a bear and you poke a bear, and you're going to get the things that you don't like. And it's not a personal attack, but you got to understand, I'm not going to let people just freely, willy-nilly keep doing the things that they did. It's not right. You don't have the right information. If you had the truth, you would be spouting out the information you have, because absolutely you wouldn't. Just because you'd have false information, why would you do that?
If we had the truth, we don't have the right information. but we're supposed to be helping to search for a missing child, right? And yeah, Leon, I remember all that. I definitely thought that they were. I thought that they were doing what law enforcement directed them to do. And, you know, it was like a deer in headlights when I realized every time Truth was like, the art of war, the art of war, the art of war. This is like the art of war. I'm like, what are you all doing in this? Is unflippin' believable. It's like insane. Yeah, I know, Lady Freedom. It might be, right? It seems like it. I can see why so many people stopped discussing the case, right? No, nobody's brought the truth. They definitely haven't. I think we're going to be watching it all on trial, though. I know it is. Especially with all the weird, like, threats and stuff. I guess a lot of people, they do get, you know, they do get afraid. I mean, I don't, because I've been born and raised with military and police officers, so there's second A's everywhere, and, you know, like, it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Oh, yeah. When you go back and listen, it's just shocking. It's shocking, especially because instead of just talking to people, it's like, oh, no, we're just going to let it all play out on live streams. It's really weird.
I don't know. I don't get why people did what they did, but it's okay. It's done and over with. You can't fix the past, you know. But
Well, listen, I appreciate you answering my questions. I'm about ready to call it a night. It's
Yeah,
just late.
I was just about to say Clue done went over and laid down. No offense to y'all in the conversation, but that's a lot more interesting to me, if you know what I mean.
no, that's understandable. Oh yeah.
Well, that's not awkward at all, there, Cletus.
Hey, when she gives me the mic and the chair, I mean, hey, you know.
I think that's the most interesting thing. It's like, you know, when I was talking, you know, to my uncle and everything about everything, it was interesting to hear other people's perspectives, because I think maybe they don't realize, you know, like when you don't live in one area, just how big our law enforcement and our FBI and all of our agencies really are, you know? So it's like you may have, you know, the good old boys in one place, or you may have, you know, your mom could be a mayor or something like that. But at the end of the day, when you go out there, you bring so much attention onto yourselves and your family and stuff. They just end up saying, you know, forget it. You did this all to yourself, so I'm not helping you, you know? That's what ends up happening, because there's tons of other people that intervene. You know, I mean, because people do favors for people. I mean, look at all the mob shows we watch and, you know, all the stuff, you know, it's just, you know, it's just life, right? It's just life. But then there's certain times and there's certain people that they just get so narcissistic and full of themselves, and they just keep going and going and going. And they just give the FBI and different agencies everything they ever needed, you know?
I can't be held responsible.
And it's a shame, because we were watching and talking about all these other cases, and it's like all these other people that ends up going down when there's a whole, you know, when there's a whole ring, or, you know, like an undercover operation to bring down a ring or a sting or whatever. And, you know, there's so many shows that we could watch on that. Maybe we can do some of those, and looking at some of those in the upcoming days and stuff. And everybody ends up going down, and everybody ends up, and then you find people that get in trouble for things like that you can't even imagine, that the sentence for something is 10 years, and then something that's like horrible is like they're out in 5 with parole, you know, or probation. And it just makes you really remember like that our legal system is very different in different states and different, you know, federal to state level. And it's very interesting. And they go on, you know, who does what and who gives information and who isn't. And then just all different things that happen, who has a past criminal history, who doesn't. It's really, really interesting.
Well,
then fellas, get you some sleep, and it's gonna be a good day. Hopefully we'll have great news and we'll get to move forward.
yes, sir. That's what I know I'm praying for, and I know there are a lot of people out there.
I mean, can you imagine how many moms and dads, whether they're FBI, judges, nurses, doctors, scientists, celebrities of all kinds, no political sides, no religious sides, nothing, but they have a child that's been affected by autism, muscular dystrophy, Down syndrome, or something like that. And then this guy comes out screaming the R word. Can you imagine? I don't know how many people would not have their, you know, their favors anymore. You know, when you love your child, your grandchild, your grandson, that's why it's like, this has just been unbelievable to watch, you know, because it makes you think of all these other components. It's unbelievable.
Absolutely. If you don't mind, real quick.
Like I was, you know, like the investigation, like the FBI investigation, and how we got to watch a bunch of these. They're very interesting. You know, how one agency can be under investigation by an entirely different agency. PIs, I was reading, and because that was another thing. We like to debate. My families are like that, where it's like, oh, did you know this? And then it's like, well, I don't know about that. So they'll be like, ask Alexa or look it up on their phone, you know, and Google it to get the info, because they were trying to figure out what's the difference between a citizen and a PI, and what gives PIs more, like what are PIs allowed to do that a regular citizen can't do. And basically PIs can kind of stalk somebody, for lack of better words, but they need to prove why they are tailing somebody or why they are following somebody, right? So they still have to prove that they've been paid or retained, and there's a valid reason for them to be, you know, following somebody around. But pretty much that was like the only thing that was like the difference in almost every state and jurisdiction for a PI versus an actual citizen. And it was just really interesting about that, you know, to learn all these different little tidbits about how different things can be in different ways in different places. Because I didn't know that people can track cars and do all kinds of stuff without permission. Because I was like, a PI can't do that without telling somebody. They still have to have their consent. And that was like a whole hour debate. So it's like arguing. Oh my God, it was hilarious.
Everybody in the chat, if you'll do me a favor and stop messaging anything for a second. We're going to do what we did last night and have just a moment of silence. No typing, no talking, nothing. Just give us a good 20 seconds. Keep in mind, Sebastian, say a prayer, do whatever you do. But let's take about 20 seconds. No typing, no anything.
You know, I know it's quick.
No, it did. It really did, Lady Freedom, because I don't know. I don't get it. I just know the average person, and all of us have been told to continue to review these things, to continue to share Sebastian's name, and, you know, that people shouldn't be afraid of anyone, and that if people are making threats or insinuating and stuff, then, you know, that's when people go to jail. So I don't know. But the art of war and the psychological weirdness and stuff that goes on, you know, online and stuff sometimes has a big impact. I know it does. I mean, for me, it did, because I was like, oh, I got to be careful what I'm saying and doing. If I'm going to be in that area, it doesn't matter, you know, if I can protect myself or, you know, but when I'm not worried any at all, obviously, when I'm home or anything. I mean, come on. When it's like, there's no way. But when I'm out and about, you're busy and stuff, and you can, know how to protect yourself, and you can go to the range, and you can have a head on a swivel. But nobody should have to even think like that just for talking and having open discourse on the internet with other people. And it's just nonsensical. So yeah, that doesn't look, right to the outside world. And I think sometimes people get themselves in echo chambers, because it happened to me during COVID a lot. Being home and talking to the same coworkers and, doing the same, take a drink of water. Talking to the same people, and you forget the majority, right? You get like tunneled into thinking that, oh, this must be, the norm. And then it's like, oh, no, it's not. It's just the surroundings, just what you're doing all the time and what you're around. And I think that some of that happens when you're doing content creating, where some people don't realize what reality is because they're doing the same thing with the same people. And they think, oh, it's only, it's been a year and a half. It's okay. Nothing's happening. And it's like, what are you thinking? No, it's not okay. It's not legal. And it is really bad. And there is evidence all over the place, It's just weird. It's like, what are we doing? Are we making crimes? Or are we trying to raise awareness for Sebastian? Are we covering up something? Who knows, Who knows? But I think that it really helps for everybody to do live streams and to talk, because I know that the more people talk, the more it seems like the actual investigators, are doing whatever they need to do in the meantime to get Sebastian's name out there and things like that. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know. I could be wrong.
And it's money, and it's, the juicy drama that a lot of people feed on. But quite honestly, if the channel is about finding Sebastian, or it's finding missing children, not just Sebastian, but other folks.
Right.
I think if everybody got back to where their heart was when they started their channels, it would be amazing how much everybody could work together and come as one big cohesive unit and turn around and find a way to make this work and find the people, not just one child, but find everybody.
Right. I know. You know what? I think you're 100% correct. I'm going to ask this last one. I promise you, and I'll shut up. It's kind of a combination of two. The first one would be: is there any comment or theories that you've heard on YouTube or otherwise that you think are absolutely ridiculous, and you'd like to take the opportunity to shut down, or at least give some insight onto why that's a waste of resources and people's time that are out searching and looking for stuff?
So personally, people are going to be upset with this answer. I think all of the assumptions and all the things that are out there being said are bogus. I truly do. I think they're absolutely hogwash, and for people to continuously entertain them, other than just stepping back and just trying to look at it from just, maybe it is just so simple that it's that complicated, that a 15-year-old child walked out of a house and has disappeared. And after everybody's said anything and asked all these questions, and trying to get them to understand, everybody has worked with law enforcement. Both sides of this coin. Seth has worked with law enforcement. We have been working with law enforcement, trying to get answers, theories, anything we can to debunk whatever it needs to be debunked. But people are going to keep continuously making their own suggestions and coming up with their own prerogatives and assumptions of this, that, and whatnot.
Right.
And it sucks.
If you were going to have the opportunity to talk to Seth right now, would you give him any advice on the new team he has? And do you think he would listen to you if you did?
I don't know if he'll listen to me. I would hope. I would personally, I'd rather have a conversation privately. And when I say private,
is this your way of telling him, hey, Seth, reach out, it's time for us to have a real conversation without all the extra shit?
We've tried that multiple times. I don't know where it goes from here, but if anything, people are out there like, okay, that audio file that got leaked. It leaked is leaked. It doesn't matter. Once it leaves the primary principal person and go somewhere else, it is considered leaked. It doesn't matter. I don't care what the justification is. It's a leaked file. You know, is that doing any justice to the guy? No, absolutely not. All it did was just start more garbage and rhetoric and crap.
Just want to mind you, right? So this was on May 18th, and look at the tags: grifting, exploitation, drama queens, drama, Sebastian Rogers, Daleen Pressgrove or something, Seth Rogers, Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, missing, Amber Alert, Sebastian Rogers missing, the Pascal Show, live, YouTube, Facebook. It's like every single thing that they say that everybody else was doing, right? It's just so wild to watch.
Crap, that's all it did. You know, Seth, if he was to listen, it would have to be a conversation. Him and I, absolutely nobody around. I wouldn't even want a cell phone in mine or his possession. Nothing. Right. Because there's absolutely no way that conversation needs to leave him or myself. If Katie is present, then it would be the three of us. But, you know, it just comes right back to getting all the stuff washed away, all the YouTubes and everything pushed off to the side, and just coming right back to the basics and stick to the basics. You know, it worked. It was great for the first 2 days, and day 3 it fell apart, and then from there forward it has just stayed apart.
You know, I've thought about this, and I've watched Seth from the beginning to now, and I almost wonder, do you think that okay, watching Seth tonight, it seemed like he was, you know, close to that edge of breaking. And no matter what anybody feels about Seth one way or the other, I think it's very important that we discuss mental health and men's mental health. And so in this situation,
No, nobody cares about mental health. I mean,
one, it's a lot, and I would actually urge Seth to actually do that as well. Not necessarily the YouTube, not necessarily your or twice over. You know, and it was like, why are you doing this here? Because all you're doing is feeding the machine. You're feeding the rage. That's it. Stop. We'll do this offline. We'll go somewhere else and have this conversation. Once you get, and this is where I'm afraid of right now. He did his little show tonight on whoever shows it was. However, some of the comments in there is what bothers me, was that people were saying, well, that's who's going to want to look for Sebastian. The support's not going to be there. I got that, and I'm begging people, please do not stop with the support to help find Sebastian. Put the personal opinions aside of the party members. Just don't forget about 15-year-old Sebastian. Please don't forget about our son.
We won't.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with that.
We won't. We won't. I've got my Sebastian Rogers bracelet on right now that I got from Clue. I got it today. We won't forget. And we're not going to stop.
Are you gonna be at the vigil tomorrow? And if not, would you like to give a reason why? I mean, I can assume the reason why, but would you like to present your reasoning?
they're not. I don't think hardly anybody ever did any shows on Sebastian again, right? It was always on drama outside. I think even the Dago, every one of them. It's very interesting how all of us got chased off, whether you were just regularly doing stuff, but not on TikTok. TikTok is still loaded with tons of people lots of people that have said things about all kinds of stuff, especially, thinking that everything is no good, right? That's all over TikTok, and they have tons of views. None of those people got run off of anything. For some reason over there, they didn't get run off of anything. But I mean, geez, even I, who I thought I would love being in Tennessee, even I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know if we're going to buy that house. I really like that area too. That was, it's further south because I kind of want to be closer to the warm weather. It was way further south, but even I'm like, nope, I don't even know if I want to stay in Tennessee long term, It's like, nope, I'm good. I'm good. Totally good going to my families. I love going to North Carolina. I just went through this one cute little town over there called Hendersonville. That was adorable. That's a cute little town. I mean, now that the baby had his surgery and Haley, my little girl's talking and stuff, we accomplished everything we needed with our move and what our whole point was moving for our family. And I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna. We have a lot. We have a couple lots in Florida, but I don't really. When you have special needs kids, the only reason I don't really think I could reside there full time, besides when we visit everybody, because we have family in Miami-Dade, we have family in Clearwater and Winter Haven, and I mean, all just everywhere. We have huge families, and they have crocodiles and stuff, you know, so it makes you concerned as a mom, especially when you have little children, but more so when you have children that you know are not developmentally or physically as able, right? So that's the only reason I'm not so keen on, you know, being a permanent resident, full-time resident. But because of this case, I am so grateful, you know, to have dual residency and not be stuck. I can't imagine. That's when I think fear would actually probably be a bigger factor, you know?
Doubtful that we'll be at the vigil.
Right.
Very doubtful. One, I'm personally not going to get involved in what I personally feel the vigil. I don't think the vigil has 100% true meaning of what it's supposed to be about. Some of the people that are going to make it known that they're going to be there. No, it's best. One, I don't want to be a part of that with them. If it was people who didn't have the intentions that they have, sure, I would definitely consider doing it. But, you know, it's my idea. I'd love to rally to get this community together and not. I don't want one vigil. I really don't.
I'll never understand all this. I can't listen to this. We were just listening. A lot of this, my friend was telling me about the different keywording and just looking up different code, you know, different keyword. Can't talk. Different keywording. Ugh, that's the stupid coding thing. Hang on. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. I thought it started showing the other screen. Let's see. Yeah, if you don't want stuff like that, I don't know. I don't get it. You talk to people in a very different way, you know? Like you don't. It's just a shame. So much of everything is a shame.
Right. And I think you can get a whole lot more out of honey than you can out of vinegar. So
they really can't twist or turn it, because Truth has spoken to Chris tonight with the utmost respect and answered his question and asked his questions with the utmost respect. So they really can't. They will find a way to spin it, but they really shouldn't. But they will, because they are who they are, and they're little bitches.
Well,
they're big bitches.
Searching, that is what we are asked to do. That's what we want everybody to do. When it comes to law enforcement, I'm gonna tell you now, by far, hands down, they have been wonderful. Anytime we've had questions, we have been able to have access to ask them and they answer. If it's not something they have, they do get back to us. That is my answer for Katie and myself. I'm not going to speak for Seth because I'm not on the phone with Seth when they talk to him. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying, well, they tell me this and they tell him this. And no, I'm not saying that. I'm just putting it out there. Law enforcement has been amazing to work with. So is everybody else. You know, it just, a lot of negative rhetoric out there I think is what's kind of killing this thing. But trying to stay positive and doing the searches and the flyers and billboards, and you know, shout out to everybody that has contributed anything to it. Thank you so much.
Hey Chris, sorry, one last thing. Sorry, did you really poop on a mouse on?
Oh, I was watching a whole bunch of stuff about that too, about the fundraising and stuff. Dr. Phil did a bunch of episodes on people that were raising funds, right? And then they didn't spend the money on, you know, what they were saying they were raising the funds for. So that's really interesting, because sometimes I think, you know, people forget the different ways that the laws can work. And people got in a lot of trouble for that. It wasn't just against certain policies. Like they actually got in trouble legally for not spending the allocated money the way that they said. That was really interesting to watch. And the way that they were able to do the investigations into that and determine different things, it was so interesting. Because some people I really didn't get, like, I don't know, you'd have to watch them, but there was a bunch of episodes that he did over the years on that.
Stick.
Dude,
I have to ask.
No.
I'm gonna tell you why. I had a nightmare when I heard that, and now I want to be an advocate for the mouse on a stick.
Yeah.
So if you could just answer that for me, I'd appreciate it.
No. When I heard that myself, I was like, what is this person saying? Like, where?
Oh, I know, Leo, and I was the same, right? I watched, it's just interesting. Like when people have sent me certain things, I'm like, how didn't I see that? But then I remember it's like, well, you're busy and you're not able to listen, all the time. But then also a lot of them got removed or they were just put to members and there was different things on different channels, right? So I don't know. But then when I listened to some of these, I'm like, did I listen to this whole thing? There's no way I listened to this whole thing because there's not even really anything said about Sebastian.
Where do you get? I was like, I can't believe this. Where do people come up with this stuff?
Was it a rabbit on a stick? Was it a
Only,
hamster on a stick?
like it's literally only 3 months since he disappeared, at this time. Not even. Say it's like May 18th.
His PlayStation account, he doesn't have a tagger, so no, he can't go online and play. But I've sat beside him and let him play before, not online. But
I think the question is in reference to Seth saying that the only people that he said in an interview that he knew that you and Katie would be mad by hearing this, but that he allowed Sebastian online to play games. And then a few seconds later, maybe a minute later, he said that the only people that he allowed Sebastian to play games with while Sebastian was at his house was, he said, his stepdad, meaning you, his friend in Illinois, and himself. And I think that's where that question's coming from.
Yeah.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Have I not ever played with Sebastian online when he's at his dad's house? Absolutely not.
Do you know who this guy from Illinois is?
No.
Is that a concern to you?
I don't know because we keep the households pretty much separate. What he does at his father's house, we respect what goes on at his father's house. What goes on here, goes on here. Now, if there's something that we need to let him know in between, like i.e., just so you know, Seth, he's been grounded from electronics for 2 weeks. He is still grounded here, but I'm gonna let you know that so you can do what you so wish with that at your house. But here he's grounded. I do give the respect of that aspect to his dad, but no, we don't. I don't know.
So it's not a concern then, like in general, I would say if he goes online at his dad's house, right?
I don't personally. I prefer Sebastian not play online at all.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. When I play some of these games and I hear some of these kids
through
the headset talking on and playing these games, I'm like,
they're terrible.
Does your mom know you talk like this?
Mm-hmm.
They talk worse than some grown men and women. And that's why I just don't let it happen.
My son is
I would not be playing with any kids online.
32 and he plays online, but he will tell me that there are young kids that come online and he's like, get offline, but he's like, these kids.
I have a very, very small select group of who I interact with online. And if I have to have a reason to know you to be a friend and gamer, period. If you're just some rando that we're not teaming up, and I don't know you, whatever, I'm bouncing. I'll leave the game, whatever. If a couple of guys, we got room, and somebody joins in, nope, back out. We'll set it back to non-fill, and we'll just play duels or trios or whatever. And there's just too much out there that can cause problems.
Very interesting how so many gamers were able to find each other and help with Sebastian's case.
And I think that if there was a way to truly find measure these kids, this is got to be like a 12-year-old in this group chat. No, they need to be bounced, ban them, whatever you need to do. I don't know. They got to find a way to do something. This is just bad.
So, Chris, I have a question from the chat, and I don't even feel like I want to ask it because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer. But can you put any words to the allegation of Sebastian having to sleep in the garage.
Yeah, Sebastian would never sleep in my garage, first and foremost. So I don't understand. Well, I do understand where it came from because there was some person saying they're my neighbor. They saw in my garage that I had a mattress for Sebastian out there to sleep on, and I pressure washed him. Like, does anybody stop to think where and how that makes any sense? Katie, what time she left the house, the route she went. You know, she's calling me because I'm the husband. Yes, this is our house. You know, if there was something major going on or something she needed a 911 paramedic at the house, I'm sure she's called 911 and got a paramedic. You know, we didn't know what was going on at the very moment, so she did what she did. She called me. We talked. We did this. We did this. We did that. Next thing you know, hang tight. And I called the sheriff's office. And I got directly through the sheriff's office. Immediately called the dispatch. Gave the call. Within, I think, 10 minutes of that call, they were at the house. I mean, it was a very fast response.
Chris, do you think that Seth had anything to do with the disappearance?
No, no.
100% at your soul, you don't believe
I don't
Katie,
feel
or
he does. No, absolutely not. And everybody will has their own opinions. But Seth was at work. You know, after I got off the phone with law enforcement, I told Katie to call you right back. Next phone call, the immediately next phone call I made was directly to Seth. Immediately. I called his phone. It went to voicemail. I didn't leave a voicemail. I sent him a text. As soon as you get this, call me immediately. 911. Still to this day, that's exactly what I told him. And he called me, and I told him, and I'll never forget that conversation. I won't. Nope. But I told him. We went to the house. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know what people want. I mean, people are going to want their own answers and their own theories, but I promise you, it is very straight, black and white, no gray area. It's right down the middle.
And
here it is.
And Chris, I realize that people are speculating.
I mean, that makes no sense. Like, that people are going to want answers, and here it is, but they never tell us. So it's like, okay. I guess a whole bunch of people that we don't know about have answers that we don't know about. I'm sure Ali is knowing. Just don't see how anything is so possibly black and white, and they have facts and da 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 when there's still an active investigation, very, very active, with recently the FBI saying, you know, have that anonymous tip link in that article that was published, you know, about getting tips and information and $50,000 reward. And I don't know. But it's been great hanging out and talking to you all. I had a good time. I appreciate each and every one of you. And it's a shame that this is the conversations that we have to have. I don't enjoy having that. You know, I don't enjoy the topic that we're discussing or the fact that Sebastian is still not, you know, found or anything, obviously. But it is nice when I can come and chat with all of you. But I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to go to sleep before it's time to get up. And I don't know. I don't think we're getting rain. Trying to think what we're going to do today. I don't remember. What are we supposed to be doing? One son's got his camp all week. I think they were going to go. I know they're going paddle boating. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with the littles. But nonetheless, I do want to get a couple more hours of sleep. I was able to take a nice snoozy earlier this evening. That was nice. But you know what's going to happen with my luck? I'll go back to sleep and then I'll be up in 2 or 3 hours, but that's fine. That's fine. As long as I get 5 or 6 hours every 24 hours, I seem to be able to function at a decent capacity. But keep raising awareness for Sebastian. Please, you know. It's, you know, just absolutely heartbreaking that he's still missing. And James Jablonski, he's still missing. It was just 3 years. I mean, just 2 years on Thursday. He's been missing for 2 years on Thursday. His favorite color was also green. And he left in a really unsettling manner where he took his dad's truck. He had some Snapchat recordings. Took his dad's cell phone, and they think he took it for data, to use the data off of it. And there was like campsites and stuff in the woods, and the truck was found, and he has never been located. And a lot of people assume that he took off and he was going to try to survive in the woods. But if you look into the case and everything that surrounds Jamie Blonsky's case, it's just like his dad says, seems to be very clear that there is a third party. So hopefully that investigation, is getting wrapped up. There was new information that the investigation has taken a turn. They had information, and hopefully we'll be getting answers soon. I remember hearing that for Sebastian too, actually. Remember in like January or February, they said that there was some movement in the case, but they couldn't tell us what it was or something like that at the risk of the investigation. So obviously, prayers to all the family members that have lost a child or don't know where their child is, and they don't know if they're physically with us or not. It's heartbreaking. It really sincerely is. I have a son that is going to be sent on tour, that's in the Army, and he's going to be sent, overseas, and I'm a mess over it. So I can't even imagine, what I feel like, if I lost a child. I can't imagine. Or I don't know where they are. I can't imagine what the parents go through and the loved ones. I just can't. But as a parent, it really is something that's unimaginable, and you would never wish that on anyone. You would never wish it on anyone. And I think today is the 4-year anniversary since Summer Wells went missing. Yes, because now it's the 15th. So we should be doing a part 2 later. You may hear a bunch of people in the background when we do the part 2. But I am going to come on. I am going to be getting back to doing YouTube regularly. I'm going to have more time since I'm in between jobs and everything now. So I'm going to do the best I can to use this time wisely. And I am monetized. So if it, even covers half of what I would be getting from remote working anyway, then, that would be helpful, because I wish I could do streams and talk to people all day. Right? I mean, that would be a great thing, to have conversations with other people and share ideas. And, just like I was saying, there's so many things that we can do to raise awareness on a child's disappearance to try to bring them home. Kind of like they say the first 48 is so critical. There is a lot of things you can, people can really look into, like starting, Google ads, Facebook ads, putting videos on TikTok and then paying to put them in the algorithm. The same with YouTube. There's a lot of different things that I want to be able to discuss with everybody and brainstorm. And hopefully we'll be doing that. But we won't have these long live streams because we won't be doing multitasking with Mammon. And they'll be a lot shorter. Well, maybe 2 hours. You never know. But you take care of yourselves. Let me know if you have any questions or anything. Just email me at 411ccn. I do have the membership links now, so I will be putting more content over on the membership. That whole video with the dude, is going to stay over there until I can edit that and get all of that tech stuff, all the glitching and stuff out of it. And anybody that would ever like to, I do have the Cash App and the Venmo now. So thank you all so much. I hope you take care of yourselves. And definitely go over to Lady Freedom if you haven't already. Thank you for hanging out with us, lady. It was really nice of you. It was nice to see you, Leon. I think a lot of like how I know how different it could be depending on what you see in the beginning, how our, theories and things can change. And it's just really unbelievable how things can be. Take care. Nice to see you, Mama and Brandy and Ray and all the people that are in the other one from X. Thank you guys so much for swinging by. I have a beautiful little picture of Summer Wells that I wanted to put up, and I can't, it's not letting me take James Blavatsky down, but I know she's going to have, you know, live streams all day long. So maybe when this video ends, that's when the title and the thumbnail will update. Take care, everyone.
Force of nature, strong and kind, voice for those who can't speak their mind, sees the world through a lens so clear, finds the truth without any fear. Oh, she's warming it up day and night, with a heart that's glowing bright, helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understanding. Counseling hearts so wise and true, in her mind visions of the new, sees potential in every soul, loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's wanting it day and night, with a heart that's glowing bright, helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understand. Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night, under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight, everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every